Before the first European explorers set foot on the Jersey coast, the native people of the land, the Leni-Lenape Indians, were coming to the shores to bask in the area's beauty and natural resources. Being migratory people, they would travel to the sea in the summer, walking over ancient trails to get to the coast. Once they reached the shore, the Lenape built temporary wigwams for shelter and set up their encampments. They would feast all summer long on the bounty of food offered up from the nearby ocean, marshes, and forests. The tribe members went fishing and hunting, or gathered clams, mussels, and other shellfish from the low-lying marshes and wetlands. With such an abundance of food, they would also dry the fish and oysters to take with them on their return. Just as many of us stroll along the beach today, collecting seashells, the Lenape did the same. They would carve the shells into beads, and thousands of shell beads would be strung together to make belts, sashes, scarves, and necklaces. Their name for these decorative pieces was wampum. Wampum beads held high value to the native people and had cultural and ceremonial significance. Wampum would also become an early form of currency when trading with the newly arriving European colonists. Contact between the Lenape and the early Europeans was limited until the early 1600s. One early encounter was made in September 1609. English explorer Henry Hudson was sailing his ship, the Half Moon, north along the Jersey shore from Delaware Bay. He cast anchor near Sandy Hook. Some of Hudson's crew took a small boat out into Newark Bay to explore. As they came back, they were attacked by hostile Indians. One crewman was killed with an arrow to the throat. 2 others were hurt. Hudson decided it best to haul up anchor and leave Sandy Hook, heading north into New York Bay and into what is now the Hudson River. Dutch and Swedish traders began to arrive on our shores in the early 1600s, trading rum and guns with the Indians for pelts and furs. Most of these new arrivals had little respect for the native people, however, and the two parties were often combative. By 1664, the English had primarily taken control from the Dutch, bringing their own twist on relations with the Indians. The English brought their concept of land ownership. All over New Jersey, tales spread of the great bargains that were made for the purchase of Indian land. The Lenape had no way of understanding that they were giving away their land for trinkets. It wasn't long before the Jersey coast would be owned by the English. Unfortunately, the number of Indians in the New Jersey coastal area began to drastically decline after the arrival of the Europeans. The European need to own the land and the diseases, guns, and alcohol they brought with them created an impossible environment for their survival. Some of the tribe members moved north. Some moved west. Their words, however, are lasting reminders and remain with us throughout New Jersey and all along the Jersey Shore. From Manasquan to Mantoloking, Absecon to Tuckahoe, Manahawkin to Metateticon.
One of the ships that ran aground, because the Barnegat pirates were known throughout the world, anyone who sailed along the U.S. eastern seaboard, there were very few people who lived along the coastal communities, and they were very poor people. They had to live solely off the land, go clamming, crabbing, fishing, whatever they were able to harvest on their own. That was it. Men in these families would volunteer their time to help out during shipwrecks. But some of the wrecks, when they occurred, of course, meant a whole different lifestyle of the residents for a while. One ship that wrecked here on Long Beach Island, the Francis, had a cargo of wine, barrels of wine and bottles and all that. So the local residents were competing with each other to scoop up and hide as much of the cargo as possible. And one guy would bury a cask of wine in the sand. Another guy would see him and unbury it and move it somewhere else. The reason they got the term moon cussers is because they didn't ply their trade during a full moon. They were fearful of being detected by people who were not thrilled with their activities. So they didn't want to be caught in the act of luring ships ashore. So they would curse a full moon. So they called them moon cussers. But they were better known as the Barnegat pirates.
New Jersey has been called the crossroads of the American Revolution. During our battle for independence, hundreds of colorful and heroic scenes played out along our ocean front. In June 1776, the largest naval force ever assembled began to arrive in New York Harbor. The masts and sails of so many ships formed such an opposing presence when viewed from our shores. One observer noted, "It looked as though all of London was afloat." In contrast to the enormous British fleet, the American colonists had barely any navy whatsoever. Privateers were commissioned by the colony to attack British ships and capture precious cargo so badly needed by our fighting armies. These exceptional sailors found that the channels and inlets along the Jersey coast provided excellent refuge from the enemy while being treacherous waters for the British. History gives little recognition to the brilliant achievements made by our brave patriots. Against all odds, men in armed whaleboats carried out night raids on enemy vessels with outstanding precision. Recounting one daring example, in early January 1779, several whaleboats set out from Manasquan Creek under the command of Captain William Mariner, a tavern keeper from New Brunswick. Their mission was a night raid on a number of enemy boats that had taken shelter from bad weather in a cove at Sandy Hook. The men were able to capture 3 sloops, taking 6 prisoners, along with a British armed vessel and its crew of 12. Due to high winds and high tide, 3 of the ships grounded on sandbars and had to be burned, but not before ransacking them for their valuable cargo. Attacks by the British resulted in some bloody losses for the American colonists, however. In October 1778, supplies were being brought into the harbor near the Mullica River at Chestnut Neck, then conveyed by wagon train up to the Continental Army at Valley Forge. The British invaded, forcing the American militia to retreat. Villages were burned, and over the following days, they burned farms and vessels at the mouth of the Wading River. A week later, Brigadier General Casimir Pulaski and his reinforcements reached the Little Egg Harbor district and set up camp on a farm. A British force rode in the dark to what is now Osborne Island. They then marched to the site of the infantry post, charged into 3 houses, and bayoneted 50 American troops. American patriotism would prevail, however, and within a short time, Little Egg Harbor would resume its privateering activities. Many nights along our shore were lit by flames of burning ships, and the sounds of cannon fire echoed over the ocean. On March 24th, 1782, the British attacked and burned the salt works at Toms River, along with most of the town. In the assault, 9 patriots were killed and 14 captured. Captain Joshua Huddy was taken prisoner and later hanged by the British at the Highlands in Monmouth County. On December 23rd, 1783, the immense British fleet sailed out of Sandy Hook Bay, homeward bound for England. A panorama never seen before, as it spread itself over the open sea. Standing on the Highlands, our patriots could watch as the massive sails slowly sank over the horizon.
Atlantic City it starts really before Atlantic City. It begins as Absecon Island or Absecon Beach or Leeds Beach, because in the late 1600s and early 1700s, a family that had just migrated from England came here with funds and began to buy land. And the man happened to be the surveyor general of the state of New Jersey, and so he could survey and give himself whatever lands he wanted. And it turns out that his great-grandson, Jeremiah, was a Quaker, and he became a Revolutionary War fighter when the British stole his cattle, and he became a first lieutenant. And after the war was over, he began buying pieces of land on the islands, particularly what we call Absecon Island today, which is Atlantic City. Now, the reason he did this is because that's how they grazed cattle in those days. They would swim them out in the spring, let them graze on the barrier islands, which were much more fertile than they are today, and then they'd swim them back in the late fall and put them on the mainland. And so he really bought the island. He bought about 1,100 acres, which comprised the whole island except for 100 acres. So at one time, Jeremiah Leeds owned Atlantic City. For whatever reason, he didn't make out a will, and so the Orphans Court in New Jersey had to be convened, and they divided his land up amongst his 8 children. And those children finally, in 1854 and thereafter, began selling off pieces of it and making Atlantic City what it is today.
In 1614, Dutch explorer Captain Cornelius Jacob May sailed from Holland to the New Jersey coast, seeking trade with the Indians and giving new names to the various creeks, rivers, and inlets he discovered. On his second voyage in 1623, he brought with him 24 followers, settling on the Delaware River. Captain May would become Director General of this new Dutch colony and thereby cast his name permanently upon the Cape Peninsula. In March 1633, another Dutch fur trader, Captain David de Vries, wrote in his journal, "Our people have caught 7 whales. Could have had more with good spears." Before long, word would travel. The waters off the Jersey shore were a good hunting ground for whales. Whaling in Delaware Bay would help to create the first settlement in Cape May County as early as 1650. This small whaling village near the Cape May Point became known as Town Bank. Most of those who settled there came from New England and Long Island. The Town Bank whalers would gather on a high bluff, overlooking the point where Delaware Bay met the Atlantic Ocean. Once they had spotted a whale, the men would row out in wooden boats and harpoon it. In an attempt to escape, the mighty whale would tow the boat and crew. When it tired, the crew's captain would drive a lance into the powerful giant, causing it to spout blood, or pillars of fire, as it was called. It would then be towed back to the beach, where the blubber and baleen were processed. A whale might be 60 feet long, weigh 250 tons, and yield over $1,000 worth of whale oil and whalebone. A whaler who lived to tell his tale and collect his money was very well paid. Over time, this small whaling village of Town Bank was gradually claimed by the sea. It now lies beneath the waves off the Cape May coast. In the early 1700s, a whaler from New England named Aaron Inman purchased some land on Long Beach. He would raise 3 sons to follow in his footsteps. On a visit to the Inman's home, one could find a cauldron and furnace for boiling blubber and large whale bones bleaching in the sun. The first Europeans to arrive on New Jersey shores had very little interest in building settlements right on the ocean. Needing protection from the harsh winters and heavy storms, they settled a mile or so inland. The shorefront to the early farmers and pioneers was considered practically worthless. Property inland also brought a higher value than land along the coast. In the 1670s, Burlington Quaker Thomas Budd owned a large tract of land on both sides of the Great Egg Harbor River, including Absecon Island and much of what is now Atlantic City. The price for his oceanfront land was valued at 4 cents an acre. Property on the mainland went for 40 cents an acre, 10 times that amount. That same beachfront property would sell today for millions of dollars. For the next 100 years, aside from the Indians, Absecon Island's only visitors would be ambitious hunters and some of the early mainland settlers. Among these brave souls was Jeremiah Leeds. Born in Leeds Point in 1754, he was the first white man to build a permanent structure on the island in 1785. His home and farm was called Leeds Plantation, where he grew corn and rye and raised cattle. Jeremiah and his family were the first official residents of what would become Atlantic City. Throughout the 1700s, there were just a few settlements scattered along the coast. Many of those living along the barren beachfront made their living raising livestock or gathering oysters. By 1720, the Quakers had settled the Little Egg Harbor area, and boat building had become a thriving industry. Tall-masted sailing ships filled the Mullica River. A number of sawmills were in operation, and hundreds of men would be in the nearby swamps cutting down cedar trees. By 1750, the area had become a port of trade, attracting merchants from New York City and Philadelphia. It was said that the men ate and drank well, while the women wore imported silks and apparel from all over the world. Adventurous travelers also visited Long Beach to the north, often setting up tents on the beach, bringing their own supplies and provisions. In 1765, Reuben Tucker purchased the entire barrier island of Short Beach and named it after himself. he opened his home to guests and promoted it for the health and entertainment of pleasure seekers. Each passing year brought more and more visitors, and festive beach parties were as common then as they are today. Young Quaker men and women were well aware that a severe reprimand could be awaiting them when they returned home from a night of dancing and partying in the ballroom at Tucker's boarding house. Further north, between the Navesink and Shrewsbury rivers, stood the Black Point Tavern. Open as early as 1722, promoted excellent fishing along with invigorating sea air. People were beginning to see the beauty and the benefits that the coast had to offer, and these places were among the earliest summer resorts on the Jersey Shore.
Little by little, during the late 1800s, it just built up and built up. In the 1870s, however, they had a big problem. The greenheads, which we know so much about, and the mosquitoes were so common that people were no longer wanting to stay away from the trains. And so they literally had to go through the whole northern two-thirds of the island and fill in all the creeks and all the swamps. And so with that, the 30 to 50 foot mountain range of sand dunes that stretched the whole length of the island were all leveled, and the island was filled out, and the mosquitoes and greenheads moved off to the bays. And at that point, they just kept on building hotels, to the point that when you get to 1900, there were 4 different railroads with daily service coming into Atlantic City. The hotels were starting to be opened all year round, and it was a booming resort.
As early as 1765, Reuben Tucker had realized he could make a profit by providing comfortable accommodations for visitors to the Jersey Shore. Between 1800 and 1850, shore towns would become more than just settlements. Along the coast, New Jersey's first seaside resorts began to develop. The first overland trips to the shore were often made in freight wagons, also known as Jersey wagons. Traders carried salted fish and oysters from Little Egg Harbor to Philadelphia and Trenton. On their return, they would often bring back visitors to the coast. These early pioneer travelers brought with them tents, stoves, blankets, and food. Being a long, hot, rigorous journey, by the time they reached their destination, voracious greenhead flies may have made one continuous meal of them. By 1816, stagecoach lines were operating between Philadelphia and Tuckerton. Making one round trip a week, it took 2 days to travel each way. Soon, lines to Absecon and Leeds Point were being added for Atlantic County. Travel by boat to the Cape Peninsula was a slightly more pleasant trip. In 1802, sailboats were carrying freight and passengers down the Delaware River from Philadelphia. By 1823, the first steamboat was making excursions between the two destinations. Travel by boat was bringing more visitors from New York to Long Branch also. At first, New Yorkers took a ship to Red Bank, then a 6-mile stage to Long Branch. Later, a steamboat company offered service between New York and Sandy Hook. Up to 60 stagecoaches would carry passengers down the Sea Island to the resort. By the 1830s, boats were docking directly at Long Branch. Early visitors to the shore often stayed in farmhouses that took in a few guests, or in boarding houses that were scattered along the coast. A common menu offered by proprietors might include chicken, fish, potatoes, and oysters. The oysters were often free to eat, as many as you could open. In the 1820s, travelers to Long Beach took a stagecoach to Tuckerton, then boarded a boat the next day for the island. Fare for the crossing was 25 cents. At the south end of the island stood the Philadelphia House. It was said to have a rather shoddy appearance, but its reputation was that of good cheer. Top-notch food and liquor made up for its lack of elegance. Men bathers would walk a half-mile to reach the beach, while ladies rode in horse-drawn carts. With no bathhouses then, guests went behind the dunes to change into their bathing clothes. Up near the center of the island, the Mansion of Health opened in 1822. In 1815, the Herring Hotel was built within present-day Island Beach State Park. It was said to have an 80-foot by 40-foot dance hall. They served Jersey Lightning, the popular liquor of choice at the time. And for $1 a night, you could ride horses, go fishing, hunting, crabbing, or pick cranberries. In 1816, Joseph Wardell purchased a parcel of land at Atlanticville, what is today North Long Branch. He built Fish Tavern on the property, later enlarging it to 60 rooms and calling it Land's End. A local newspaper wrote in 1834, "There are several boarding houses at the seaside town of Deal, where some 50 to 100 persons may be comfortably accommodated." In the 1840s, at Ryan's boarding house on Absecon Island, festive beachgoers often danced the night away. Near the present-day town of Mantoloking, there was Uncle Jakey's Tavern. It is said to have been built in 1811. And in 1815, Thomas Hughes built the first Congress Hall in Cape May, a great rambling wooden structure with 100 rooms. When it opened, it had neither paint on the outside nor plaster on the inside. Laughingly known as Tommy's Folly, visitors filled his folly to the rafters. With its majestic colonnades, balconies, and verandas, Congress Hall is still entertaining guests today. The Grand Dame of resort hotels. A year after Jeremiah Leeds' death in 1838, his second wife Millicent opened a tavern inn called Aunt Millie's Boarding House. Thus, the first business in Atlantic City was born. By 1850, there were 7 permanent dwellings on the island. All but one were owned by descendants of Jeremiah Leeds. And down at Reuben Tucker's farmhouse, his widow was continuing the innkeeping tradition on Tucker's Beach. By 1875, a canal about 2 miles wide separating Long Beach from Tucker's Beach, and at one time deep enough to be navigated by ships, had gradually filled in. You could now walk from Long Beach to Tucker's Island. These hardy pioneer innkeepers could never have imagined the changes that were about to occur on these wild, untamed, dune-covered islands. By the mid-19th century, larger establishments were being built up and down the coast. From Beach Haven to Spring Lake, many of the modest farmhouses that had been taking in guests were being converted or replaced by bigger and more formidable structures. Cape May had 6 boarding houses by 1834, and places like Ocean Beach and Long Branch were gaining notoriety. This was the first step towards bringing luxury accommodations to the Jersey Shore. But it wasn't until the period following 1850 that hotels would reach their peaks of elegant hospitality. As we moved into the second half of the 19th century, all along the Jersey Shore, people had become fascinated with the ocean, its beaches, and its thriving new seaside resorts. Atlantic City centered around its bustling new boardwalk. Ocean Grove and Ocean City were reflections of their moral and religious principles, while Cape May and Long Branch featured the most fashionable and worldly attractions.
I think these are the prettiest beaches I've seen. I've not been to too many beaches along the East Coast, but this is the preferred one I'd go to.
My favorite memory is making summertime friends, which really doesn't happen anymore. We used to have friends in the summer, and then they'd go away, and we'd catch up the next year and just do it again. We all got sunburn on our backs because we laid on our stomachs and just talked. No beach tags, big beaches that the waves just rolled in nice. I come to Cape May Point now because it's quieter than Cape May.
Cape May Point Beach specifically is the prettiest beach. It's nice and calm.
Just walking into town, coming out to see the sunset on the beach, playing games, not watching that much TV, literally eating seafood, all the wonderful things that you do when you come here and you unplug. Sunrises and sunsets, all of it. The birds. Can't forget the birds. And then the lovely mosquitoes. Can't forget those. Yeah, that's it. It's Cape May for me.
Cape May was described by one early visitor in 1823 as being a quaint village of about 20 houses. It would gradually begin to emerge as the most popular resort on the Jersey Shore, graced by the warm cross breezes of the Atlantic Ocean and the Delaware Bay. People in the cities of Philadelphia, Baltimore, and Washington were reading in their newspapers about the Cape as a favorite summer getaway. They began coming by stagecoach and by steamboat. They were coming to see and be seen, and the ocean was the main attraction then, as it is today. With about 50 buildings lining the shore by 1844, the summer resort was described as being thronged with visitors. An estimated 3,000 were coming annually. Cape May can truly be considered America's first seaside resort. Attracting many politicians and wealthy plantation owners, it would reach its peak of popularity in the decade prior to the Civil War. Incorporated as the borough of Cape May in 1848, by 1850 it was estimated that a total of 17,000 visitors had been entertained there that season. Guests soon had their choice of many fine first-class hotels. Among them was the Center House, the Chalfont, the Columbia House, the Ocean House, the Stockton Hotel, and Congress Hall, many of them having sweeping panoramic views of the ocean. A number of gambling clubs had become popular, the most noted being the Blue Pig at the ocean end of Congress Hall's 6-acre lawn. Here is where one dashing young New York widow was said to have won $50,000 in one evening. By 1853, Cape May was boasting the magnificent Mount Vernon Hotel, designed to be 4 stories high, with a bath in each of its 480 rooms, an extremely luxurious feature for that time. One guest had reported that 750 patrons were served in its dining room in one evening. The great dining hall in the East Wing made a magnificent ballroom when lit up. 40 chandeliers hung suspended from the high ceiling, like stars in the distance, dazzling and captivating both dancers and spectators alike. Then, shortly before 11 a.m., on the morning of September 5th, 1856, the front of the Mount Vernon was discovered to be on fire. Soon, the entire hotel was engulfed in flames. Cape May had nothing resembling a fire company. An hour and a half later, the great hotel was a heap of smoldering ash. The proprietor, his 4 children, and the housekeeper had all perished in the flames. Dances and grand balls were the events of the day, held in large dining halls and ballrooms. Wide, sprawling hotel porches and verandas provided the perfect setting for social gatherings, furnished with comfortable rocking chairs, along with tables for cards and drinks. While at the beach, ladies would protect their pale complexions with small parasols of silk and lace. For in those days, a suntan was considered revolting, associated with the working class, while fair skin was a sign of refinement. Every hotel provided stables for its guests, who brought with them their own horse and buggies. Visitors took drives along the wide open beach in their elegantly dressed carriages, hoping for the opportunity to gaze and talk about famous visitors. In June 1855, President Franklin Pierce and the First Lady visited Cape May and stayed at the newly refurbished Congress Hall. Other presidents to stay at the resort included James Buchanan, Andrew Jackson, Abraham Lincoln, Chester A. Arthur, and Ulysses S. Grant. As early as 1816, side-wheeled steamers were bringing visitors down the Delaware to Cape May Point. By 1878, steamboats were offering the same round-trip excursion and the ultimate in elegant travel for a $1 fare. Rail service did not arrive at Cape May until 1863, nearly a decade after Atlantic City. Known as the Cape May and Millville Railroad, to attract visitors, the railroad company built the excursion house. This brought about a new kind of traveler called the excursionist. This new brand of visitor did not stay overnight at any of the hotels. Instead, they arrived in the morning and returned by train at night. Locals had a name for these new day trippers. Since they brought their lunch in shoeboxes, they were called shoobies. In 1875, the small community of Seagrove was founded on Cape May Point. Initially intended as a moral and religious retreat before becoming commercially developed. Of the 4 hotels built there, only the Shoreham remains, becoming St. Mary's by the Sea in 1909. It still stands today, a quiet reminder of the area's calm, religious tone. After the Mount Vernon burned to the ground in 1856, Cape May began to lose much of its business to Atlantic City and Long Branch. At the close of summer 1860, Southerners returned to their plantations, and both visitors and Cape May residents knew an era had vanished. The outbreak of the Civil War would put an abrupt end to the peaceful summers spent on the veranda. On August 31st, 1869, Cape May was again ravaged by fire, which destroyed nearly everything in a 2-block area extending back from the beachfront. The American House, the Atlantic House, the United States Hotel, and others all went up in flames.
Just, family fun. It's safe for the kids to run around, ride their bikes. Until I was 7, I lived in Long Branch. Well, back then they had the boardwalk. Do you remember? With the amusement park and miniature golf and the haunted mansion. Everything that you can remember, yes. Anything else? I can't remember. It was very scary. I was 4. My Aunt Mary, you know who you are, took me into the haunted mansion, and probably I never saw a horror film after that. It was very scary. They had all the college kids from Monmouth University would play the zombies or the horror people. It was very scary. Yes. And then that burned to the ground. So now that's a very quiet area, but I heard they're rebuilding it.
The Church of the Presidents is a former Episcopal chapel on the Jersey Shore, and there were 7 United States presidents who worshiped there. And the 7 presidents, or they visited there when they were in the shore area. And there was Chester Arthur and James Garfield and Ulysses Grant and Benjamin Harrison and Rutherford Hayes and William McKinley and Woodrow Wilson. Wilson had his summer house, which is now Wilson Hall of Monmouth University in West Long Branch. But those were the presidents that worshiped there.
When visitors were coming to Long Branch in the 1820s, it was considered a rather godly place. At the American Hotel, grace was said at each meal. Hymns were sung in the evening, and there were regular prayer meetings. By the 1840s, the town had begun to take on a bit of a faster pace. Card playing, dice, billiards, and gambling were becoming more popular activities. Many of the modest farmhouses along the coast were being replaced by large hotels and boarding houses. In 1846, the Morris House opened along 6 acres of Ocean Avenue. It was later renamed the Mansion House and expanded to double its capacity. The United States Hotel opened in 1852 and featured ocean view piazzas, a New York City chef, and a house orchestra. The Howland House was considered the most stylish hotel on the shore. Built in Italian villa style, it was a favorite of Philadelphians. The Atlantic Hotel was built in 1861, further north along the bluff. And on Shrewsbury Inlet stood the Ocean House. This was the first step toward a new era of bringing luxury hotels to Long Branch. Guests would promenade along the beach or Ocean Avenue, despite the fact that it was little more than a narrow wagon track with gravel sidewalks. Long Branch was becoming a salty-aired retreat for New Yorkers in the same way that Cape May was for Philadelphians. By 1864, it was becoming more popular than any of its competitors. Brass bands played on the lawns of hotels. Carriages swirled in the dust along Ocean Avenue. There were tents where pop and gingerbread were sold, shooting galleries, and hundreds of red, white, and blue flags and pennons waved from the hotels. Fashionable ladies strolled along the beach, collecting shells, brightly colored pebbles, and dried starfish. Every big hotel held dances, balls, and grand parties. You didn't have to look hard around the branch to find lovely young maidens, radiant in diamonds and roses, charming bachelors, dashing belles, and bewitching young damsels. When President Ulysses S. Grant arrived in the summer of 1869, donned his linen duster, and lit a cigar, he brought the eyes of the nation to the resort. Long Branch, which had been merely fashionable, now became spectacular. Hotel registers also boasted the signatures of Presidents James A. Garfield, Rutherford B. Hayes, Benjamin Harrison, and later Woodrow Wilson. In 1869, Colonel John Chamberlain and J. McB. Davison purchased a 120-acre tract of land about 3 miles west of Long Branch. They laid out a half-mile horse racing track. A year later, the property was sold to new owners, who built stables, grandstands, and a clubhouse on the grounds. The first race at Monmouth Park was held on July 4th, 1870. The grandstand was described as one of the most magnificent in the country, capable of seating several thousand people, and designed so that the horse racing could be seen all the way around without having to rise from one seat. A calmer side of Long Branch coexisted along its southern shore. The Elberon section was sarcastically referred to as ugly Victorian mansions on a barren coast. Financiers and dignitaries gathered in Elberon to sort out their business matters, while the women took long walks with their parasols along hydrangea-lined streets. While part of Long Branch danced the night away, vacationers in Elberon slept on fine, lavender-scented linens. Stretching for 5 miles along Ocean Avenue and sitting atop a bluff bordering the Atlantic Ocean. Steep wooden staircases led down to the beach below, where waves rolled in and bathhouses were placed along the narrow beach. Out across the horizon, hundreds of steamers could be seen heading southbound from New York Harbor, leaving their long black smoke lines against the sky. People from all walks of life gathered on the beach, and sea bathing was the social activity of its day. In 1868, the New York Daily Tribune wrote, "For no other purpose than to exhibit oneself." The restrictions against mixed bathing were long gone. At nearby Pleasure Bay, the wealthy kept their yachts moored along Shrewsbury Inlet. If visitors wished, they could picnic there, attend a clam bake, or just sit and view the sailboats from shore. In 1879, the Ocean Pier was built opposite the Ocean Hotel. 600 feet long and made of tubular iron. Underneath, beachgoers could find bathing cabins. The promenade deck above was covered with bright-colored awnings and illuminated by large gas fixtures on tall ornamental posts. A stroll up and down would find benches and refreshment booths lining the pier. Regular excursion boats from New York City used the Ocean Pier as a dock until it was washed away in 1881. One of those ships was the massive 350-foot Plymouth Rock. In 1881, the Iron Pier was erected, running parallel to Ocean Avenue before sprawling out over the sea. After being cut in two by a tugboat in 1893, the outer quarter of the pier was rebuilt with wood. It continued to operate for another decade. The opulence and wealth that was gathering in Long Branch led to big-time gambling. Men spent their days making and losing fortunes on Wall Street, then came down to the branch for relaxation and a game or two of chance. Lavish, extravagant clubs were set up for these wealthy big city gamblers. Phil Daly's place was known as the Pennsylvania Club and was located on the southwest corner of Brighton and Ocean Avenue. Roulette, faro, dice, and card games were played under the two domes of the posh Pennsylvania Club, where $5 to $10 million were wagered during an average season. In 1888, at Monmouth Park, a steel grandstand was erected, reportedly the largest track stand in the world. It seated 10,000 spectators and included retiring rooms, lounges, and bars. Designed to surpass anything in the United States or Europe, nearly 40 stables could accommodate 1,000 horses. One predominant figure at the track in those days was Diamond Jim Brady. When the beautiful actress Lillian Russell entered on his arm, the crowd would all but part and bow as the couple moved grandly to their box at Monmouth Park. Many noted performers, including actress Lily Langtry, could also be seen vacationing at Long Branch.
In the 1800s, mainly the workers that were needed here were hotel workers. The Irish, of course, were moving to Philadelphia and New York, and they weren't particularly liked, but they were needed here, so they found a place. The same was with the Italian community, and besides that, this was a place where post-Civil War African Americans could move and be tremendously valued as employees. And so work was found where it might not be so easy to find it in other areas. As I looked through the late 1800 censuses from 1850 on, I was particularly looking to track the Italian American community. But what I saw pattern-wise was all the ethnic communities or racial communities were moving in, and interestingly enough, before the 1910 census figure, they have not ghettoized. Now, when I say ghettoized, I don't mean anything bad by that word. Ghettoizing is simply people of a like nature moving in together. You get an Irish neighborhood, a black neighborhood, an Italian neighborhood, a Jewish neighborhood, etc. And they were not ghettoizing in Atlantic City. The neighborhoods were all mixed, according to the censuses. But from 1900 to 1910, and Tony may know what happened here, they ghettoized, and the Italians took over Ducktown, the Irish took over Lower Atlantic City, the Jewish community took over the Inlet, and then finally parts of Margate. The black community took in what was called either the North Side or the West Side, and each of those areas had their own culture, their own stores, their own businesses, their own activities, and that is how Atlantic City came into the 20th century, into the early 1900s. Tony, what happened from there?
Well, we talked earlier about how transportation changed. Atlantic City, as you mentioned, was a railroad town. It was really the closest point to the ocean from Philadelphia. Some people called it the lungs of Philadelphia. And when people worked in the factories there, conditions were pretty brutal. And so they valued a trip to Atlantic City, and the shoebox became their conveyance of all their valuables, and so that's where the term shoebie kind of developed, and so for a small fee, they could get an excursion to Atlantic City and get a dip in the cool salt water and some fresh air. And so for a lot of them, it was Sunday because that was the day when a lot of most of the factories were closed. So that was a big excursion day. But since Atlantic City was a railroad town, the early developments centered around the railroad line, of course, and the early hotels were built or sponsored by the railroads. The Excursion House was one of the first, and then the other big hotel was the United States Hotel that Norman mentioned earlier.
The coming of the railroad would bring a new life to the shore region and usher in a period of tremendous growth and development. In 1830, Absecon Island was considered a long stretch of worthless marshland and barren sand dunes. The About a half dozen houses inhabited the island, most of them occupied by members of the Leeds family. Inspired by its warm ocean breezes and fresh salty air, Dr. Jonathan Pitney, a prominent physician living on the mainland, began to recognize the island for its healing and rejuvenating health benefits. He became convinced that it had the perfect climate for a health resort. Along with his friend Richard Osborne, they devised a plan to bring the railroad to Absecon. And in 1852, construction began on the Camden Atlantic City Railroad. On July 5th, 1854, crowds gathered in eager anticipation as they welcomed the arrival of the first train to the ocean, celebrating the birth of Atlantic City. Early passengers on these trains were not exactly treated to deluxe transportation. The engine was often a smoky wood burner. Most of the cars were open coaches. Seats were made out of plain wooden boards, and the tracks had no signals of any kind. Despite these discomforts, the coming of the railroad would bring tremendous growth and prosperity to the region. By 1859, Atlantic City had 130 buildings, 2 first-class hotels, and several smaller ones. The first few years did not come without adversity, however. Hotels had no screens on the windows to protect from the constant onslaught of flies and mosquitoes. The only bathing facility for guests was the ocean, and with hotels located hundreds of yards from the surf, visitors were forced to struggle over dunes and swamps to reach the ocean. In August of 1858, swarms of greenhead flies and mosquitoes were so voracious and unbearable. Horses covered with blood laid down in the streets, and cattle waded into the ocean to escape the torture. Houses, hotels, and boarding houses were surrounded with bonfires in hopes that the smoke would drive them off. Often called the father and founder of Atlantic City, Dr. Pitney was in charge of laying out the city's framework and giving the streets their names. Roads running parallel to the ocean were named after the world's great bodies of water: Pacific, Atlantic, Baltic, Mediterranean, Adriatic, and Arctic, while the streets running east to west were named after the states. The first commercial hotel on the island was named the Bellow House. Built in 1853 at Massachusetts and Atlantic Avenue. Before long, larger hotels and boarding houses were opening up all over town. There was the Chalfont and Haddon Hall, the Ocean House, the Surf House, the Shelbourne, and to attract visitors, the railroad company built the magnificent United States Hotel. which took up an entire city block. These grand new hotels were elegant, luxurious, and featured the most modern, updated amenities. In 1860s Atlantic City, guests walked from their hotels and boarding houses to the beach, where rows of bathhouses would be awaiting them. At the end of the season, these changing facilities were put onto wagons and hauled away from the high winter waves. By the 1880s, permanent bathhouses had been built on foundations that sunk deep into the sand. The first boardwalk in Atlantic City was nothing more than a succession of wooden planks laid along the beach. The idea was to keep people's feet out of the sand and to keep the sand out of hotels and rail cars. In 1870, Alexander Boardman, a conductor on the Atlantic City-Camden Railroad, came up with the idea for a boardwalk that was 8 feet wide, with most of it lying flat on the sand. It extended from the lighthouse to Missouri Avenue. During the winter season, the walk was taken up and piled into sections. Atlantic City's first official boardwalk opened on June 26, 1870, and can legitimately be called the first boardwalk constructed in the United States. The hard work and labor that went into creating Atlantic City was done almost entirely by African Americans arriving from the South. They laid the tracks that brought the first railroad, built the hotels, and worked in the service industry, catering to the predominantly white visitors, bringing enormous contributions to Atlantic City's development. As the resort grew, more and more service jobs became available. By 1885, more than 1,200 African Americans were making Atlantic City their home, most of them settling on the north side. 30 years later, blacks would make up 1/4 of the population. The first overland road to the island was completed in 1870. Running from Pleasantville, it included a 30-cent toll. Atlantic City's population would more than quadruple over the next decade. Advertised as the Royal Route to the Sea, in 1877, the Philadelphia and Atlantic Railroad was completed. The third railroad to the resort was built in 1880. After the boardwalk was damaged and rebuilt following several severe storms, a new reinforced one was built in 1890. Constructed on wooden pilings, it was the first to have railings after a few strollers had fallen off. It was said that most of them were flirting. They fell off when they turned around to get another wink or smile. The first amusement ride on the boardwalk was erected in 1871, a thriller called the epicycloidal wheel. It was essentially the forerunner of the Ferris wheel. In 1896, the walk was widened to 40 feet in its main section and extended to the length of 4 miles. A few years later, it was joined with Ventnor's and then Margate's, providing an 8-mile walk along the oceanfront of Absecon Island. This boardwalk was the forerunner of the one we have today. Constructed 60 feet wide and 6 miles long. Its planks placed in a herringbone pattern and laid on a substructure of steel and concrete. Steel railings were erected to keep visitors from falling off to the beach below. Hotels, restaurants, and shops were kept on one side of the boards, with amusement piers on the other. Anyone who owned property fronting the boardwalk could erect a pier out into the ocean. These new amusement piers of Atlantic City would become entertainment meccas moving into the 20th century. On Wednesday, June 16, 1880, Atlantic City was formally opened, with fanfare the likes few had ever seen. A spectacular new resort was born. By the census of 1900, there were over 27,000 residents in Atlantic City, up from a mere 250 just 45 years before. In 1868, a few miles down the beach from Long Branch, a small group of Methodist ministers, including the Reverend William B. Osborne, had set out on a mission in search of a place where families of like mind could pitch their tents and for a little while each summer enjoy the warm, salty air. Along with a group of traveling companions, they passed through the forest and arrived down a sand road. By the first week of July, they had cleared the space of briar bushes for a few tents. On December 22nd, the Ocean Grove Camp Meeting Association of the Methodist Episcopal Church was officially formed. By 1870, tents with a floor and small kitchen could be rented from the association for $2.50 a week. 200 tents on permanent floors were in use by 1871. And by 1879, there were over 700. The Grove was becoming known as Little Canvas Village. By 1872, 300 cottages had been built on the grounds. Anyone who accepted a lease agreed to certain regulations. On Sundays, in these early years of the resort, it was unlawful to drive a horse and buggy, launch a boat, or even go sea bathing. No theatrical entertainment was allowed. The sale of tobacco was strictly prohibited. Smoking was not permitted, and alcoholic beverages were forbidden. Carriages were not tolerated on the beach, and no bicycles on the boardwalk. The gates of the resort were closed at 10 p.m. every night and all day on the Sabbath. Dancing and card playing were frowned upon, and trains were not allowed to stop at the station on Sundays. The aim of the association was to keep its eye on the glory of God. Until the great auditorium was built in 1894, much of Ocean Grove's social activity centered around the tabernacle. In 1880, it was enlarged to cover nearly half an acre. Services would begin at 5:45 in the morning and included an altar service, hymn singing, sermons, and scripture reading, along with religious testimony and prayer. A children's meeting was held every afternoon aimed to impress the minds of children with the beauty of a religious life compared with one of worldliness and sin. Despite its rigid guidelines and protocol, Ocean Grove was a peaceful, joyous setting. A place full of laughter, good-natured smiles, amused onlookers, and the cheerful play of little children. One Ocean Grove official would comment, "After you have come, if you do not like it, there is nothing to compel you to stay." When successful New York brush manufacturer James A. Bradley attended one of Ocean Grove's camp meetings in 1870, he had hopes that a few weeks at the beach and seashore would improve his health. Held among a delightful group of 30 young oak trees, 500 yards from the open sea, he was captivated by the people and the surroundings, and soon became interested in purchasing a 500-acre tract of briars and swamp on the north side of Wesley Lake. After assembling a group of investors, he got his town incorporated, naming it Asbury Park, in honor of the Bishop of Asbury of the Methodist Church. The aim of Mr. Bradley's earnest endeavor was not to establish a moral and religious community like that of Ocean Grove, but rather one of sober, decent, and industrious citizens. From its very beginnings, Asbury Park was described as an idyllic resort. Peaceful, quiet, and genteel. A sign posted on one of the newly constructed bathhouses read, "Modesty of apparel is as becoming to a lady in a bathing suit as it is to a lady dressed in silk and satin." On the beach were toddlers with rolled-up trousers, women with pinned-up frocks, paddling in the rippling shallows, then sent up by the breaking waves. Larger crowds sat high and dry on the sand or in the pavilions, watching as the lively scenes played out through the summer mornings, afternoons, and evenings. In 1875, trains began to arrive at the new Asbury Park Ocean Grove Station, and by 1889, there were nearly 200 hotels and boarding houses, along with over 800 private residences. These bold, spirited pioneers had discovered exactly what they were searching for: a peaceful bond with God, nature, and the rumbling surf. The success of some of these early places, like Cape May, Long Branch, and Atlantic City, prompted even more resorts to develop along the coast. By the turn of the century, beach communities like Wildwood, Ocean City, Point Pleasant, and Seaside were emerging as popular tourist and recreation spots. The Jersey Shore was thriving with activity and becoming one of the most popular vacation destinations in the United States.
So my memory of the Jersey Shore would be the Wildwoods, since I can remember, maybe I was 5. And we would come down with my family every summer, and all my aunts and uncles, and we'd have a big area on the beach with all the aunts and uncles and cousins every summer. The beach would get longer and longer and longer. Yeah, so now, the last time I was up there on the boardwalk, which is a lot of fun, it just was like you could barely see the ocean. And the boardwalk, of course, with the tram car, watch the tram car, please. And all the rides, the roller coasters and all that kind of stuff. I loved it. I thought it was the best place in the world. Yes, we stayed at, I think it was called the Sans Souci. Like really like with the colors, it was like aqua and real retro. A lot of fun. And then as I got older, my girlfriends and I used to go to the clubs there. I couldn't remember the names though. And party and have fun, and it's still good. Big Etzel, I remember Big Etzel. That's one name I remember. Yes, and American Bandstand was down there. Starlight Ballroom. It should come back.
By the 1870s, in Cape May County, a small fishing village had been formed on the north end of 5 Mile Beach, across from the wetlands of Grassy Sound. A few hardy fishermen had erected a few shacks, naming their new settlement Anglesey. After numerous shipwrecks in the area, in 1874, the United States government constructed the Hereford Inlet Lighthouse on this northern tip of the island. When entrepreneur Frederick Swope traveled to the island in 1879, he was looking to purchase a tract of land along the inlet from Humphrey Cress, believing that this remote area had potential for growth. By 1882, he was selling lots to investors and wealthy Philadelphians. And by 1883, the West Jersey Railroad was running a line to Anglesey. Locals named this new train the Mud Hen, since it would often derail and get stuck in the muddy bogs during high tide. While work continued on developing the north end of the island, in 1880, a few wealthy individuals formed the Holly Beach Improvement Company and began building summer homes surrounded by forest and white sand beaches. At the time, 5 Mile Beach was still a wild, untamed wilderness where wild cattle and hogs roamed freely. When Philip P. Baker visited the island in 1883, he considered the area to be uninhabitable and inaccessible, a wild jungle of gnarled trees and tangled vines. Despite his first impression, Philip and his brother Latimer set their sights on development. He purchased 100 acres of this enchanting forest by the sea and named it Wildwood. Streets were named after the island's native trees: pine, maple, oak, poplar, and magnolia. The borough of Wildwood was established in 1895. In 1905, Philip Baker purchased the land south of Holly Beach, a wilderness of dense underbrush and sand dunes. By 1907, a 30-foot arch had been constructed at Crest and Pacific Avenues, welcoming visitors to Wildwood Crest. 5 Mile Beach was now becoming known as the Wildwoods. In 1903, a boardwalk promenade was completed along the entire beachfront. The Baker brothers began promoting their new resort community for its beauty and natural environment, as well as the recuperative health benefits it provided. With its dry atmosphere, salty air, and warm ocean breezes. The wild, twisted trees of Wildwood were now popular tourist attractions. An oceanfront casino and bathhouse was built on the beach, along with a 500-foot pier. The casino included a 50 by 100-foot dance floor. Events and festivities were held in the ballroom, where visitors often danced the summer nights away. Steamboats and ferries had carried passengers to the island until a wooden bridge was built in 1902, crossing the inlet at Rio Grande Avenue. By 1904, over a dozen trains a day were arriving at Grassy Sound Station, and the trolley line conveyed passengers from Anglesey to Wildwood Crest. When the Ocean Pier opened at Poplar Avenue in 1905, it brought a new brand of excitement to the boardwalk, featuring a roller skating rink, bowling alleys, a dance hall, and amusement rides. The original Crest Pier also opened in 1905, at Seaview Avenue and Heather Road. It included an 800-seat theater, along with bowling alleys, a roller skating rink, and a dance hall. In 1919, the Jackrabbit roller coaster was constructed on the beach and boardwalk at Cedar Avenue, along with an indoor carousel. As Wildwood's beaches widened over time, 2 new streets were added, closer to the ocean. First Atlantic Avenue, then Ocean Avenue. Accommodations for visitors to Anglesey included the Hotel Hilton, Hotel Royal, and Hotel Germantown, while the Lansdowne and Gladstone hotels could be found in Wildwood. Since the days when Wildwood began as a simple fishing village, the bountiful waters around 5 Mile Beach have provided a way of life to both local residents and adventurous anglers. While pleasure boating has presented couples an opportunity for romance on the open ocean. By the 1920s, Wildwood had become a major commercial fishing center. Boats set out from Anglesey in pursuit of their daily catch, then pulled into Otten's Harbor with their bounty. Thousands of barrels of fresh fish. In 1935, William Hunt purchased the Ocean Pier, converting it into an amusement park with rides, including a Ferris wheel and a roller coaster. Known also as Fun Chase Pier, it was lost to a fire on Christmas Day, 1943. Like so many coastal New Jersey towns, Wildwood was darkened during the Second World War due to enemy submarine presence. After the war ended and the new George Redding Bridge was completed in 1950, tourists began flocking to Wildwood's wide-open beaches, boardwalk, and amusement piers. By 1949, the fabled boardwalk rolling chairs were being phased out, replaced by the all-new tram cars. A nimble staff of 18 young ladies were now transporting passengers the entire length of the boardwalk, collecting 10 cents a fare. A newly revamped Hunt's Pier opened in 1957, featuring 10 new rides, including the legendary Flyer roller coaster. On one Saturday night in the summer of 1954, more than 500 people packed into Wildwood's Hofbrau Hotel to hear Bill Haley and the Comets perform their debut hit, Rock Around the Clock, granting Wildwood legitimate claim as the birthplace of rock and roll. By the mid-1950s, Wildwood was becoming a major Jersey Shore resort, and the town's clubs were becoming a launching pad for rock and roll. Dick Clark was hosting the new hit TV show, American Bandstand, at the Starlight Ballroom. At the Surf Club, Bobby Rydell was making the town famous, singing his chart-topping Wildwood Days. Jerry Vale and Ella Fitzgerald were headlining the club. At the Bolero, young beachgoers found their thrills dancing to Fats Domino's Blueberry Hill. Chuck Berry and Tony Bennett took the stage there. And the Ink Spots played their final show at the club. Little Richard and Jerry Lee Lewis were playing the Mardi Gras Club. Chubby Checker had teenagers twisting the night away at the Rainbow Supper Club. While Wilson Pickett was there, singing past the midnight hour. The King Curtis Combo and Ray Charles were at the Riptide. Nat King Cole and Frankie Lane at the Beach Club. Johnny Ray and Joey Bishop were playing Club Avalon. Jerry Lewis and Liberace at the Manor Supper Club. Wildwood was becoming known as the Las Vegas of the East. Chevy Bel Airs, Ford Thunderbirds, and Cadillac Coupe de Villes cruised up and down the strip, past neon signs. Bright, dazzling marquees flashed the names of some of the day's most popular entertainers. Fun in the Sun was bringing thousands of visitors to Wildwood, creating a building boom that began in the 1950s, due in part to a new genre of music called doo-wop. The Caribbean and Ebb Tide motels were the very first of these new ultra-modern doo-wop style motels in Wildwood. Constructed in 1957, the design and architectural style was the creation of Will and Lou Morey. Some of the more unique and modern features of these new motels included curving, futuristic Jetson-style ramps, sweeping architectural angles, second-floor sun decks, bright colors, crescent-shaped pools, plastic palms, and neon rooftop signs. These sleek, stylish, ultra-modern motels would soon be seen all over Wildwood. Each motel had an architectural theme, like Space Age or Polynesian, with names like the Tahiti, Bali High, Starlight, Dalconte, and Crystal Sands. The bright neon signs matched the motel to its style and architecture. Vacationers would cruise up and down Atlantic and Ocean Avenues until they chose their favorite. Every year, the tides along the Jersey coast carry sand from up north and deposits it along Wildwood's beaches, making them some of the largest on the East Coast. The Wildwood Boardwalk opened at the turn of the century, and amusement centers have always played a part in the world-famous boardwalk's appeal, dating back to the days of Fun Chase Pier and Blaker's Pavilion. It now stretched 2.5 miles long and consisted of more than 70,000 wooden planks, making it one of the longest boardwalks in the United States. In 1969, brothers Bill and Will Morey Sr. purchased a section of boardwalk in North Wildwood and named it Surfside Pier. It opened that summer with a giant fiberglass slide called the Wipeout, which was later joined by the Kong airplane ride, the Jumbo Jet coaster, and the Haunted House. The Moreys acquired Fun Pier in the 1960s also, renaming it Wild Wheels. In 1976, they bought the fire-damaged Marine Pier and renamed it Mariner's Landing. The Ocean Oasis and Raging Waters water parks were added, along with thrill rides like the Great White Coaster, the Spring Shot, and the Screaming Swing. With well over 100 rides and attractions, this collection of amusement parks along the boardwalk would go on to become the famous Morey Piers. Unfortunately, by the 1990s, many of Wildwood's classic doo-wop motels were being torn down to make way for high-rise condominiums and hotels. Thanks to the Doo-Wop Preservation League, created in 1997, many of these unique buildings have been saved. A drive down Atlantic or Ocean Avenue will still include many of the original motels, with their neon signs, boomerang roofs, and kidney-shaped swimming pools. The area around Wildwood has never lost its passion for fishing. Thousands of sportsmen and women still visit every year to board one of the many sport fishing charters, party boats, or to dip their crab pots into the bay at Grassy Sound. Over 100 years old, the Wildwood Boardwalk remains a timeless attraction for all ages and one of the last of America's great boardwalks. Visitors travel to Wildwood every summer from all around the world, looking to lie on its sun-drenched, white sand beaches, walk the boards, or take in that doo-wop atmosphere of days gone by. Grab your beach towel and suntan lotion if you decide to visit. And watch the tram car, please.
The Barnegat Pirates became so well known that there's one instance of a vessel that ran aground when the life-saving service volunteers took their own boat to go to this ship to effect the rescue. Of course, back then, this was before they had uniforms assigned to them. They just wore, the clothes of a, farmer or a fisherman at the time. And the captain of the vessel, fearing that they were coming to his ship to raid his ship and murder him, committed suicide. There was that much fear in the 1800s of the Barnegat pirates. You know, how much of the fear was justified, nobody will ever know, because nobody's going to talk about it. They didn't talk about it then, and the families of the wreckers aren't talking about it now either.
Lying just off the coast of central New Jersey sits an 18-mile-long barrier island. Named Long Beach by the early European settlers, it gained its name from its miles of sprawling coastline and long stretches of white sand beach. When Dutch explorer Cornelius Jacob May was sailing around the north end of this island in 1614, he came upon a narrow inlet with some very treacherous tides. He named the area Berendigat, meaning Inlet of the Breakers. Since that time, the name has been shortened to Barnegat, and seafaring mariners have borne the task of navigating the inlet's dangerous and unpredictable waters. By 1789, farmers were grazing their cattle on Tucker's Island and Long Beach, and nearby in Little Egg Harbor, a small shipping port was getting a name change. Clamtown would become Tuckerton. The area had once been a center for whaling, but by the early 1880s, whales around Long Beach had been hunted to near extinction. Visiting sportsmen were now coming to hunt and fish. Accommodations were being built for them, and at the south end of the island stood the Horner House. It was bought by Thomas Bond in 1851, who changed the name to Bond's Long Beach House. Bond spent his days and nights entertaining wealthy sportsmen and socialites from Philadelphia. Local fishermen, known as the Baymen, were building shanties and small cottages there, making their living fishing, clamming, and farming oysters. By 1865, steamboats were bringing visitors across the bay to Long Beach. Wealthy Philadelphians began constructing large houses in an area known as Beach Haven. Elegant hotels were being built, like the Parry House, completed in 1874, followed by the Ingleside Hotel in 1876. Small shops were opening on Beach Avenue. After the Parry House burned to the ground in 1881, the Hotel Baldwin was constructed and opened in 1883. With its dance parties and social events, the Baldwin was considered the more lively alternative to the more discriminating Ingleside. In 1882, the Beach Haven Yacht Club was founded, and a wharf was built at the end of Mudhen Creek. By 1907, there were over 350 residents living in Beach Haven. The town of Ship Bottom got its name from the tale of a shipwreck and the rescue of a young woman. Found trapped in the keel of a capsized ship, rescuers chopped a hole in the boat's bottom with an axe, freeing the young lady. She spoke no English, but as an expression of her gratitude, drew a cross of thanks in the sand. The location of her rescue became known as Ship Bottom. The little seaside town would also become known as the gateway to Long Beach, when a bridge was built in 1914, linking the island to the mainland. Surf City was once part of an area known as the Great Swamp, a forest of oak and cedar trees that covered the entire northern end of Long Beach. The Mansion of Health was built there in 1821, when the German immigrant ship Powhatan shipwrecked in 1854, not far from the mansion. A local wreckmaster stored the dead bodies of its victims in the basement of the hotel. It was claimed that the spirits of those souls never left. Guests began making claims about seeing shadowy figures and hearing cries in the night. By 1853, the Mansion of Health was deserted. Locals continued to refer to the area as Old Mansion, then Long Beach City, before settling on Surf City in 1894. Whalers had operated in the area of Harvey Cedars and the Great Swamp as far back as the 1600s. Magnificent cedar trees had once been harvested there until the Great Hurricane of 1821, which completely destroyed the entire forest and cedar swamp. In 1841, a local resident expanded his summer home, turning it into a boarding house and opening it up to visitors. He called it the Harvey Cedars Hotel. In 1871, the original Harvey Cedars life-saving station was sold, then towed down to the southern tip of the island and renamed the Hotel de Crab. Harvey Cedars was incorporated as a borough in 1894. In the 1870s, U.S. Life-Saving Station 18 was named after Lovelady Island in Barnegat Bay. The little seaside village has gone by the names Clubhouse and Long Beach Park, before reverting to its original name of Loveladies in 1952. In the early 1800s, shipwrecks near Barnegat Inlet became so frequent that the United States government felt the need to take action. In 1834, the first manned lighthouse was constructed on the northern tip of Long Beach. Built so close to the sea, by 1857, it had been consumed by the waves of the Atlantic Ocean. A new lighthouse was built in 1859. Old Barney, as it was locally known, stood 165 feet tall, the second tallest lighthouse in the United States. The opulent Oceanic and Sunset hotels were also opening in Barnegat City. Long Beach was becoming a playground for the elite In 1886, a trestle was built, crossing the bay onto the island. Locomotives from the Pennsylvania Railroad were now bringing visitors to Long Beach. New communities like Spray Beach and Brant Beach developed as the railroad stretched the length of the island. Some of the earliest occupants of Long Beach were the pound fishermen. They would set up a complicated series of offshore nets. Fish would swim into the nets, then be funneled into a trap, or pound as it was called. The pound fishermen would then row out to the pound, raise the net, and load their boats to capacity. They would then row back to the beach, where a team of horses would pull the boat up onto the beach. The fish were unloaded, then transported by train to fish markets throughout the region. Pound net fisheries operated all along the Jersey shore from the 1870s to the 1960s, catching bluefish, striped bass, tuna, butterfish, fluke, flounder, and mackerel. Those that knew the baymen and pound fishermen referred to them as some of the most self-sufficient men they ever met. On June 20th, 1914, a huge celebration took place to commemorate the opening of a newly constructed causeway that was built across Barnegat Bay. Automobiles paraded across the bridge and up and down the island. Festivities included a huge dinner at the Baldwin Hotel with baseball games and fireworks. Long Beach Islanders have become seasoned veterans when it comes to taking on fierce Atlantic storms that batter the Jersey coast. On September 14th, 1944, a powerful hurricane hit the shores with winds of 95 miles per hour. The violent storm surge lifted vacation cottages off their foundations and carried them blocks away, picking up the island's only boardwalk and crushing it like toothpicks. Over 300 homes and businesses were destroyed by the great storm. In 1950, the Surflight Theater opened in Beach Haven, originally holding performances in a 2,000-seat tent, until the theater company moved to a mechanic's garage on Ingleside Avenue in 1954. Construction of a new theater was completed in 1987. The popularity of Long Beach Island increased even more when the Garden State Parkway was linked to Manasquan in 1954. In 1956, a new 4-lane causeway replaced the old 2-lane wooden bridge. The new bridge spanned 5 landmasses, bringing both visitors and home buyers. In 1961, Ron DeMena opened his first Ron John Surf Shop in Ship Bottom. This hip little surf shop on the beach became the model for one of the largest surf shop chains in the world. For 3 days, from March 6th to March 8th, 1962, a relentless killer storm pounded the entire island, taking 32 lives, tearing up beaches, property, and resulting in millions of dollars worth of damage. One tremendous tidal surge washed over the entire island, causing it to split apart in several places. Roads and houses were left underwater. 80% of the structures on the island were damaged or completely destroyed. The Ash Wednesday storm of 1962 would be known as one of the most destructive in New Jersey's history. By the 1970s, word of the island's colorful charm had spread. Working-class families began flocking to LBI for its beautiful beaches and old-style appeal, buying up modest cottages and beach homes. In 1984, a 2.5-mile stretch of beach and marshland on the southern end of the island was set aside to create the Edwin B. Forsyth National Wildlife Refuge. This beautiful natural habitat serves as a feeding and nesting ground for migrating birds and is one of the Jersey Shore's most pristine treasures. In the mid-1980s, Fantasy Island Amusement Park was created, featuring thrilling rides, entertainment, a casino arcade, and an old-fashioned ice cream parlor. With its ornate lampposts and Tiffany-style chandeliers, one can still sense the Victorian air of days gone by. On the northern end of the island, visitors can still climb to the top of Barnegat Light for a spectacular view. Offering a totally relaxed atmosphere, visitors flock to LBI every summer to enjoy its beaches, the ocean, fishing and boating, or dining at any of its fine restaurants. With no boardwalk, only one amusement area, and fewer hotels, motels, and bars, Long Beach Island is one of the most fun, laid-back, family-friendly resorts on the Jersey Shore.
Okay, some of my memories of Ocean City go back to the early 1960s when I'd come here with my parents, and we'd spend a week or so. We'd often, on weekends, come down to the boardwalk. Later on, when I became a parent, I would do the same with my kids, rent a place for a week, bring them down on the weekends to the boardwalk to have fun, and that I'm sure will continue when my grandkids reach the proper age. Okay.
John said, well, why don't we get married in Ocean City? I'm like, no way. My family's not going to go down. It's not going to happen. It's never going to work. And it did. We made it work. So we got married at the Port of Call in February of 96. And we had all of our guests came down in a snowstorm.
During the reception, it was just beautiful looking out the windows at the Port of Call, just watching the snow coming down.
You could see it under the street, under the lights on the boardwalk, so that was cool. And then we continued to come back for our anniversary and stay at the Port of Call, at the Port House, for a few years.
And then we just got to the point that, we said, if we're going to keep coming down here all this many times, we should probably just buy a house. So we did eventually do that.
And we recommend it to everybody that we know, but we tell them to come down in the summer so they don't crowd it up too much when we're here.
Oh, one of my favorites, we call it the music ride. It plays, I forget what it's called. You play music and then it just rolls and rolls and rolls around. And the Ferris wheel and the swing ride. I just love all the rides.
My favorite ride is the double shot.
I remember once, I was 5 or 6 years old, we were walking the boardwalk and I actually saw the Easter Bunny for what I think is my first time. It was just amazing. I saw it in front of one of the, I think, fudge stores.
So one of my greatest memories is that I met a bunch of new friends here, and I met Kendall. and it's a very great family home because you can go to the beach and you can walk the boardwalks. So it's really fun to be in Ocean City.
Yeah, girl.
Thank you.
At the mouth of Great Egg Harbor lies a 7-mile-long barrier island. It had long been a summer home to local Indians who journeyed there from the mainland to hunt and fish. In the early 1700s, whaler John Peck began using the island to conduct his whaling operations. And by the end of the century, this narrow stretch of sand dunes and cedar swamps was being called Peck's Beach. Local farmers used the island as a grazing land for their cattle. During the Revolutionary War, they would hide their livestock among the high sand dunes, protecting them from British rustlers. Early settlers on the mainland would occasionally come out by boat and picnic by the ocean. Originally owned by the Summers family, the island had but one full-time resident. His job was to watch for shipwrecks. In 1879, 4 Methodist ministers traveled to Peck's Beach in search of an area in which they could establish a Christian seaside resort. On September 10, 1879, Reverend William H. Burrell, along with brothers Ezra B. Lake, James Lake, and S. Wesley Lake, gathered under a tall cedar tree and formed the Ocean City Association. Simon Lake and William B. Wood later joined the 4 ministers, and together they went about renaming the island. Peck's Beach became Ocean City. They mapped out streets and began selling lots to the public. Cottages, hotels, stores, and businesses were soon being built. In 1881, the Ocean City Tabernacle was constructed between Wesley and Asbury Avenues, and camp meetings were being held there the following summer. By 1882, Ocean City had a population of just over 100 residents. A rail line to Summers Point was completed in 1880. From there, a steamboat carried passengers across Great Egg Harbor to the 2nd Street Wharf. Visitors were now finding their way to Ocean City's beaches, as popularity was on the rise. The first road from the mainland ran from Cape May City to Beasley's Point, and a bridge to the island was built in 1883. By 1884, the West Jersey Railroad was bringing visitors directly to Ocean City. The first boardwalk was built in 1880, beginning at the 2nd Street Wharf. By 1886, it had extended the entire length of the beach. That same year, the Excursion House opened on the beach at 11th Street, featuring bathing facilities and amusements. In 1885, Ocean City hosted the National Temperance Convention. The goal of the Victorian temperance movement was to preserve the traditional values of home and community. With the damaging effect alcohol abuse had on families, booze was looked upon as being evil by members of the movement. In keeping with the city's religious principles, the Ocean City Association began promoting the island as a moral seaside resort, voting to pass a number of laws that prohibited swimming, bicycle riding, or driving on Sundays, and limiting the hours for bathing or use of the beach in a so-called nude state. The sale or public consumption of alcoholic beverages in Ocean City was strictly prohibited. Reverend Burrell had the Victorian-style New Brighton Inn built in 1882. It was later called the Marrying House, getting its name from the hundreds of weddings he performed there. It was soon followed by the Breakers, the Strand, the Mayberry, and later the historic Flanders Hotel. On March 25, 1897, the Seaside community was officially incorporated as Ocean City. By the turn of the century, its population had grown to over 1,300 residents. On December 15, 1901, a magnificent four-masted ship named the Cyndia was sailing from Japan to New York City in the midst of a cold, driving rainstorm, carrying over $1 million in fine goods like silks and porcelain. The ship ran aground off of Ocean City's coast and got herself wedged in the sand. Its hull broke open and water began rushing in. At 2:35 a.m., the Cyndia sent up distress signals. Surf boats were dispatched, and the crew was rescued from their sinking ship. In a twist of irony, the captain was ruled responsible for the wreck, and speculation has long been that he and his crew had been drunk. In 1904, Captain John L. Young purchased the two most popular amusement piers in Ocean City, renaming one after himself. He spent nearly $8,000 in creating Young's Pier, which included a hippodrome theater, amusements, and arcades. The 120-foot-long Music Pavilion Pier featured daily concerts from some of the day's most celebrated brass bands. In 1906, record crowds were arriving at Ocean City. It was estimated that as many as 20,000 people were visiting the resort on a single day. At times, the boardwalk became so crowded that visitors found it nearly impossible to pass. A new trolley line crossing Great Egg Harbor Bay was constructed in 1907, connecting Ocean City to Atlantic City. This new trolley gave visitors access to the entire island. With more people arriving by automobile, the 34th Street Bridge was expanded in 1909. By 1914, 4 bridges connected Ocean City to the mainland. With the passing of the 18th Amendment in 1919, the rest of the country now joined Ocean City in prohibiting the sale and possession of alcoholic beverages. When Prohibition ended in 1933, it had little to no bearing on Ocean City, however. The city remained true to its roots and continued its ban on alcohol. Popular boardwalk theaters like Moreland's, the Strand, and Founces all played a major part in Ocean City's entertainment scene. Moreland's originally opened as a bowling casino in 1901, before a theater was established in 1922, featuring vaudeville acts and silent movies. In 1927, fire destroyed much of the boardwalk, and many businesses were lost, including the Plaza Theater, Hippodrome Pier, and Shriver's Saltwater Taffy. The boardwalk was rebuilt, along with many of the businesses. This time, it was moved 300 feet closer to the ocean and set on concrete pilings. The new Ocean City Music Pier opened in 1928. Built in the design style of Mediterranean Revival architecture, it became an instant success and crowd favorite. The Music Pier remains a boardwalk landmark to this day. In the 1930s, Jillian's Fun Deck opened at Plymouth Place and the boardwalk, featuring 2 main attractions, a Ferris wheel and a merry-go-round. The Great Atlantic Hurricane of 1944 swept across the entire Jersey shore, leaving behind a tremendous amount of damage in its wake. In Ocean City, homes and businesses were completely destroyed. Eyewitnesses reported winds of up to 140 miles per hour, churning up giant ocean waves, some 25 to 30 feet high, picking up parts of Ocean City's boardwalk and tossing it around like toothpicks. The 1950s saw a huge rise in visitors to the resort, and by the 1960s, record crowds were packing on to Ocean City's beaches and boardwalk. In the summer of 1964, an estimated 150,000 people spent their 4th of July weekend vacationing there. Ocean City was becoming one of the most popular resorts on the Jersey Shore. Wonderland Amusement Park opened in 1965 on the boardwalk at 6th Street. The name was later changed to Jillian's Wonderland Pier, featuring dozens of amusement rides, a water park, the runaway train roller coaster, and the giant Ferris wheel, one of the largest on the East Coast. Playland Amusement Park opened in 1959 on the boardwalk at 10th and 11th Streets. By 1996, it had tripled in size, changing its name to Playland's Castaway Cove. The park has become famous for its double-shot tower ride, the high seas log flume, go-kart track, and the looping Python roller coaster. In 1985, Ocean City repealed its Blue Law ordinance. Bathing, shopping, and other forms of recreation were now permitted on Sundays. The Ocean City Music Pier was renovated and restored in the 1990s. Locals and visitors flock there every summer to see the Ocean City Pops Orchestra, concert performances, shows, and musicals. After the sinking of the Cyndia in 1901, part of the ship's mast remained visible from shore until the 1990s, when it sank completely beneath the ocean. Ocean City has stayed true to its Victorian roots, founded on the principles of decency and morality. The old cedar tree, where 4 Methodist ministers gathered together to pray, still stands on the grounds of the tabernacle. The city still prohibits the sale of alcoholic beverages, making it exceptionally popular among families, boasting beautiful white sand beaches and a 2.5-mile boardwalk that has become one of the most popular and well-known in the world. That narrow 8-mile stretch of dunes and swamps has now become a welcoming change of pace and a premier summer destination for visitors to the Jersey Shore.
So our grandmother had a place up in Maniloking we kind of grew up at. right on the lagoon there.
On the lagoon.
Yeah, it was pretty nice. Grandpa would go to the beach and grab some fish for dinner, and we would crab, and yeah, that was good times. Yep.
We used the traps.
Yeah, right in the lagoon. Yep.
The doors.
Yeah, with the doors. I don't know what they're called, but
we used to put chicken in there.
Yep. Yeah,
which
raw
is illegal
chicken.
now apparently. That's what you do with the string, and then you reel them in when you just put the bait on the string and reel them in.
But we had the cages though with the doors.
With the four doors. So when you pull it up, all the doors close, and you.
And then we had the hotel, which was Grandpa would call it the hotel. It had it was the big one where you would like all the ones you caught. You
and there
put
were little
in there,
holes,
and they
could
get
all
out.
go in. It was probably like
in the water for a
3
while.
by 3 by 3.
Yeah.
Cube.
They knew how to do it. They were probably homemade. Yeah, that was good times.
A small stretch of coastline along the central part of New Jersey had once been called Manasquan by the Native American people. It meant island door, or point at the top. The English pronunciation would become Manasquan. When Henry Hudson sailed along this same stretch of coastline in 1609, he wrote of his sighting, "A good land to fall in with, and a pleasant land to see," perhaps giving name to the region of Point Pleasant. By 1740, the first Europeans had a name for this 10-mile span of sand dunes and coastal meadows, stretching from Manasquan River south to the new Cranberry Inlet. They called it Squan Beach. Throughout the Revolutionary War, Manasquan Inlet was used as a refuge by American privateers. In 1778, British troops and loyalists, seeking revenge on the colonists, sailed up the Manasquan River and destroyed the salt works at Union Landing. In the early 1800s, an inn named the Osborne House stood near the present-day intersection of Main and South Streets. The tiny settlement had begun to take on the name Squan Village. By the 1820s, Quakers living along the beachfront were taking in visitors to the shore. $10 a week would buy room and board, meals, and a wagon ride from the farmhouse to the beach. Being the guests of Quakers, however, required extreme modesty in choices of bathing apparel. Over 30 lives were lost when the freighter John Minturn came apart in the crushing surf off the coast of Mantoloking in February 1846. Local rescuers were accused of looting the ship and its victims, but no one was ever found guilty. In the 1870s, farmers began carving up their land and selling the properties as vacation home lots. Captain John Arnold, retired from his career at sea, bought up some of this land, opened his own boarding house, and created Arnold City. He built a roadway to the ocean, now known as Arnold Avenue, and was instrumental in bringing the railroad to the area. A bridge over the Manasquan River to Brielle was completed in 1875, and the first passenger train to the area pulled into Point Pleasant Beach on July 3rd, 1880. In 1877, the Point Pleasant Land Company purchased 250 acres of the old Foreman Farm. To attract visitors interested in buying lots, it built the Resort House in 1878. This elegant new 4-story structure was the town's first luxury hotel, offering vacationers a variety of stylish quarters, a large ballroom, and a shady grove of oak trees on the lawn. Other grand hotels soon followed, like the enormous Layton Hotel, built on the dunes between Foreman and Trenton Avenues, the Carlton, and the Land's End. The Pine Bluff Inn sat high on the bank of the Manasquan River. It featured a golf course and was the scene of popular evening dances. During its heyday, Lillian Russell, Grover Cleveland, and Robert Louis Stevenson all took up summer residence at the resort. Point Pleasant Beach also boasted a Seaside horse-drawn trolley, operating every summer through 1890. The service ran from the resort house to the beach, then on to the riverfront. At first, visitors spent much of their time at the farmhouses or picnicking in the cedar groves along the Manasquan River. As time went on, they became drawn closer to the ocean. The first beachfront pavilion was constructed on Atlantic Avenue in 1880, and the first boardwalk was built in 1890, getting washed away only 2 years later. On December 30th, 1887, Squan Village was incorporated as the borough of Manasquan. In the early 1870s, Civil War veteran Roderick Clark had a boat building business on the Point Pleasant side of the Manasquan River. By 1892, it had developed into a fishing, swimming, and picnic spot, named Clark's Landing. It would later become the town's first amusement and recreation area, featuring boat rides, an electric merry-go-round, and an ice cream making machine. While the early settlers of Point Pleasant were mainly farmers and boat builders, at one time the area was also a logging town. Steamboats traveled up and down the Beaver Dam Creek, hauling pine, oak, and cedar logs. The first electric trolley service began operating on Arnold Avenue in 1894, and the first real boardwalk on Point Pleasant Beach was built in 1915, running from Philadelphia Avenue to Central Avenue. It was later extended to run the entire length of the beach. By 1920, Point Pleasant had become an independent borough. In 1926, the Point Pleasant Canal was opened, connecting the Manasquan River to Barnegat Bay, providing access to the Intercoastal Waterway running from Manasquan to Cape May. By the mid-1920s, a diverse mix of Victorian homes, seaside cottages, and wooden bungalows began to fill the shoreline. At the time, one could walk from Point Pleasant to Manasquan at low tide. The natural inlet that had once been used by local fishermen and privateers had been filled in. Plans were made to dredge it, install bulkheads, and build jetties. And in 1931, Manasquan Inlet was permanently reopened. In 1926, boardwalk entrepreneur Charles Jenkinson acquired some property on Point Pleasant Beach. Already home to a few stores, a merry-go-round, and several other amusements, in 1928 he added Jenkinson's Pavilion and Pool, along with a candy shop, soda fountain, refreshment stand, and dance hall. Featuring big bands and dancing, the Boardwalk Pavilion became one of the most popular places for a night of fun and entertainment at the Jersey Shore. A hurricane in September 1938 destroyed the southern portion of the boardwalk, shortening it to its present length. To attract more beachgoers, bathhouses, restaurants, games, and arcades were added in the 1940s. Meanwhile, across the inlet, Manasquan's boardwalk divided the beach from quaint rows of bungalows, providing a quieter, more casual setting. In 1949, a miniature train ride opened along Point Pleasant Beach, connecting the pavilion to the inlet. And in 1954, a small kiddie park was added. The completion of the Garden State Parkway in 1955 provided even easier access to Manasquan and Point Pleasant, bringing in thousands of new visitors. In 1948, Herman's Amusements opened on the boardwalk, featuring about 10 rides, including a haunted house, the Scrambler, and Rockoplane ride. Holiday Playland opened in 1952 on the south end of the boardwalk with over a dozen rides, including a beautiful antique Denzel carousel. The town was continuing to gain fame on the Jersey Shore, and in 1962, Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons debuted their #1 hit, Sherry, as the house band at Martell's Sea Breeze Club on Point Pleasant Boardwalk. Motels and bungalows were now providing comfortable accommodations for this new wave of visitors. and Jenkinson's Pool and Pavilion continued to draw large crowds. In need of an upgrade by the late 1970s, the property was sold and the old pavilion was renovated. A new arcade was built, along with games and concessions. A dinner theater was added, and a water slide was built to replace the old swimming pool and miniature golf course. Crowds continued to flock to the beaches of Point Pleasant and Manasquan, despite two separate fires in 1975 that destroyed most of the original boardwalk buildings. In the 1980s, Holiday Playland and Fun Fair were renamed Jenkinson South. Most of the thrill rides were sold off and replaced by more family-oriented rides. A new 1,200-seat pavilion was constructed in 1989 after fire had damaged the original. Built in the heart of the boardwalk, it featured live entertainment, a tropical-themed bar, arcade games, along with a food court and restaurant. Point Pleasant's water slides were removed in 1991 and replaced with the brand new and wildly successful Jenkinson's Aquarium. While the town of Manasquan owns its own beaches, Point Pleasant does not. In the 1920s, a bankrupt Point Pleasant sold its entire beachfront. Oceanfront land has been privately owned and operated ever since. The town owns just a short stretch of Maryland Avenue Beach. From the salt marsh known as Glimmer Glass to the Manasquan River to the Atlantic Ocean, Manasquan remains an exceptional attraction. Fishing boats sail out of the inlet year-round in search of bluefish, fluke, and striped bass. With its ocean breezes and serene white sand beaches, this seaside community has always boasted a unique natural charm. At Point Pleasant Beach, dedication to family fun and entertainment has made it a jewel on the Jersey Shore. Astounding beaches, colorful marinas, top-notch restaurants, and a mile-long boardwalk make it a premier East Coast destination. In 1740, a tremendous storm carved a channel through the long strip of New Jersey coastline stretching from Swan Beach to Barnegat Inlet, slicing off a 9-mile piece of this narrow peninsula and creating a barrier island. Early occupants of this area referred to it as 9 Mile Beach, or Island Beach. The channel was known as Cranberry Inlet. During the Revolutionary War, it was used as a refuge by American privateers. Barges loaded with bog iron and timber were sent through the inlet, then up the coast to New York Harbor. In 1812, another storm would reshape the coast, filling in Cranberry Inlet and restoring the peninsula. Consisting mainly of large dunes, scrub brush, and long stretches of white sand beach, the first settlers named the area Park City. Hoping to build a seaside park on the island, they soon found out that the trees brought over from the mainland would not take root in the soft barrier beach sand, but decided to keep the name. By 1860, trains were running from New York and Philadelphia to Toms River, and steamboats were transporting passengers across the bay to the new Seaside Park Hotel. A railroad bridge was built from the mainland across Barnegat Bay, and the first train arrived in Seaside Park on July 4th, 1881. Before long, the train would extend into Seaside Heights, making its way north through Ortley Beach, Lavalette, Bayhead, and Point Pleasant. A boardwalk was constructed, and in 1898, Seaside Park became a separate borough. Developers hosted train trips to the area, where beautiful beachfront lots were being sold for $100. Vacation homes and bungalows were now lining the shore, and the population of Seaside Park was beginning to grow. First-class hotels were becoming available for vacationers. The Seaside Park Yacht Club was founded in 1899, and the Seaside Park Union Church, or Chapel by the Sea, was built the same year. Fishermen and pound fisheries in Seaside Park were hauling in tremendous amounts of fresh fish, shipping much of it north to the Fulton Fish Market in New York City. Extending south of Seaside Park to Barnegat Inlet is the borough of Island Beach. In the late 1800s, a few hotels operated in the area, along with some businesses that harvested seaweed, which was sold as insulation and for use in stuffing mattresses. Life-saving stations were located approximately every 3 miles along the coast. In 1905, Seaside Heights was mostly a long stretch of sand dunes. Local fishermen occupied a number of small shacks, and the only lodging available for visitors were a few boarding houses and sportsman hotels that were scattered along the ocean front. By the end of 1915, a new toll bridge was opened, crossing Barnegat Bay. The fare for a horse and buggy to cross was 25 cents. Automobiles paid 40 cents. Cattle and livestock were charged per head. Seaside Heights was beginning to grow in popularity. The Manhasset Company began developing the area south of Grant Avenue, constructing the lavish Manhasset Hotel in Seaside Park, while the Cummings brothers had begun working on the north side of town. Seaside Heights was established as a borough in 1913. New bathing pavilions were constructed along the beachfront, and new guest lodgings were opening up, like the Sumner Hotel, followed by the Sheridan Inn and Hotel Hamilton. Accommodations like the Gladwin Hotel and the Kittatinny were being built in Seaside Park. In 1915, the Senate Amusement Company of Philadelphia introduced the first amusement ride in Seaside Heights. The new gasoline-powered DuPont Avenue Carousel opened inside a pier building along the ocean. In 1916, the merry-go-round and building were sold to Frank Freeman, who replaced the carousel with a new electric one, built by master craftsman Gustav A. Denzel. It became the centerpiece of a new amusement park, as Freeman began adding more attractions. An indoor dance hall was added, along with a fishing pier, skating rink, and arcades. Construction soon began on a new boardwalk that was completed in 1921. In 1932, Casino Pier opened for business. Acting as its centerpiece was another magnificent carousel, designed by Gustav Denzel and Charles Loof. All hand-carved and hand-painted, visitors rode atop colorful wooden animals, like horses, tigers, and camels, while moving up and down to the rollicking music of a Wurlitzer military band organ. A romantic day on the beach and boardwalk at Seaside would not be complete without a date at the carousel. A new structure was built to house the merry-go-round, and an Olympic-sized swimming pool was added. The amusement area became known as the Seaside Heights Casino, Pier, and Pool. The casino carousel has stayed in operation in Seaside Heights since 1932. The Great Atlantic Hurricane of 1944 battered the entire Jersey coast. Beaches, houses, and roads in Seaside Heights were damaged, and sections of the boardwalk were torn apart. The boardwalk was swiftly rebuilt, featuring a Ferris wheel, bathhouses, concession stands, and arcades, until the Great Boardwalk Fire of 1955. Known as Freeman's Fire, it engulfed the entire pier. A total of 85 buildings and concessions were destroyed, including the very first Denzel Carousel. Owner J. Stanley Tunney immediately began to rebuild, and the boardwalk reopened the following summer. He replaced the original carousel with one designed by Illians and Sons of Coney Island. Seaside was growing fast. The Garden State Parkway was bringing even more visitors to the area, and Toms River was developing into a year-round community. The original bridge crossing the bay needed to be replaced, and in 1950, the Thomas A. Mathis Bridge was completed. In 1953, Lucky Leo's Amusement Center opened on the boardwalk, soon followed by the Berkeley Sweet Shop. Funtown USA began operations in 1957 on the border of Seaside Park and Seaside Heights. Originally opening with over 30 adult and kiddie rides, the amusement park would add more rides over the years, like Free Fall, Go-Kart Track, and the Fun Slide. The name was later changed to Funtown Pier. The beach and boardwalk continued to attract thousands of visitors, and in 1960, Casino Pier was extended. New rides were added, including its first roller coaster, the Wild Mouse. The first Himalaya ride was installed in 1963. In 1964, the original Sky Ride was constructed, taking passengers on a scenic ride over the beach and alongside the boardwalk. In 1965, fire consumed a large portion of Casino Pier, including the Wild Mouse. In the 1960s and 70s, beachgoers at Seaside Heights and Seaside Park could be found decked out in bikinis and sunglasses with surfboards and copper-toned tans. Clubs like the Parrot Club and Chatterbox were hosting top-line acts like the Isley Brothers and Jay and the Americans. Beach blankets, towels, and umbrellas could be found lying end to end in the warm summer sand. The beaches and boardwalk at Seaside were becoming one of the most popular destinations on the Jersey Shore. Funtown Pier added the Log Flume water slide in 1976, and Casino Pier added the splashdown water slides to the swimming pool in 1982. Waterworks Park replaced the pool in 1987. In 1986, Floyd L. Moreland's name was added to the Denzel Loof Carousel in honor of the man who saved it from being auctioned off. Unfortunately, the hand-carved horses of Ilian's carousel could not be saved and were sold off in the 1980s. In recent history, Seaside Heights is known as the setting for MTV's reality TV series, Jersey Shore. 3 seasons of the hit show were filmed in and around town. On October 29th, 2012, Superstorm Sandy caused tremendous damage to the entire Seaside area. Over 200 feet of Casino Pier was lost to the crushing waves of the Atlantic Ocean, taking with it rides like the Centrifuge, the Music Express, the Log Flume, and the Jet Star roller coaster. Despite the devastation caused by the storm, the area continues to rebuild and thrive. Summer homes that once sat on lots selling for $100 now sell for up to and over $1 million. Thousands of visitors descend here from all over the country during the summer months to frolic in the surf, soak in the sun, and pound the boards. With beautiful beaches, boardwalks, restaurants, amusements, and hundreds of ways to be entertained, Seaside Heights, Seaside Park, and the area of Island Beach has become and will remain one of the most popular summer destinations on the Jersey Shore.
I think what was interesting about Atlantic City's development that was different from so many other resorts is that Atlantic City had kind of a split personality. It really tried to pretend it was something for everyone. It was also a bit naughty. I mean, people could get away from home in Atlantic City, let their hair down, so to speak. And so gambling certainly cropped up in early years in Atlantic City, long before the casinos were here. And so did all the other vices. Alcohol was very prevalent here during Prohibition, and certainly prostitution had a very strong place in Atlantic City. So it was a place where people could be a bit sinful and yet very proper. As Norman mentioned, the early families were Quakers, so they always had this decorum that Atlantic City was a wholesome place. It was just sunshine and ozone and fresh air and salt water, but there was also a seedier side. So Atlantic City just about appealed to everybody. It was very cosmopolitan.
By the turn of the century, Atlantic City had gained the reputation as America's playground. The Steel Pier and Million Dollar Pier had become two of the biggest entertainment venues in the United States. After successful Coney Island entrepreneur George C. Tilleu purchased the original Auditorium Pier in 1908, he renamed it Steeplechase, adding amusement rides like the Human Roulette Wheel, Barrel of Love, and the Whirlpool. It would become famous for hosting top-line musical acts, an outdoor bandstand, and a giant advertisement for Chesterfield cigarettes, the largest electric sign in the world. The Loop-the-Loop roller coaster was constructed on John L. Young's Million Dollar Pier in 1901. Beginning in 1906, the pier featured first-class entertainment and vaudeville acts, going on to host big band concerts, dance marathons, and amateur variety shows. Known as the showplace of the nation from the 1920s to the 1960s, Steel Pier hosted world-renowned entertainers and performers. From John Philip Sousa and his band, to Frank Sinatra, to Diana Ross and the Supremes. In 1929, the world-famous Diving Horse became a major attraction at the pier, entertaining visitors for the next 40 years. Sonora Carver, the original rider, insisted that the horses loved their jumps and that one was never injured. Introduced in 1876 and originally intended for the handicapped, by 1888, the boardwalk rolling chair had become one of the most popular attractions in Atlantic City. Rented out for pleasure and propelled by pushers, by 1899, they were a boardwalk landmark. Many constructed of basketwork, complete with lace awnings or umbrellas for shade. The first souvenir postcards at the shore, or in the entire United States, are claimed to have been introduced at Atlantic City in 1895. In August of 1906, a total of 1.5 million cards were sent from vacationers to friends and family back home, all with the postmark Atlantic City. By the 1920s, Atlantic City's Easter Parade was attracting over 200,000 participants, ladies in their festive hats and bonnets, and men in their derbies, all eager to promenade in their Sunday best. In the early 1900s, black beachgoers were segregated to Missouri Avenue Beach, just south of Million Dollar Pier, a stretch they would nickname Chicken Bone Beach. Prior to being divided, blacks and whites had shared all of Atlantic City's shorefront. From the 1930s to the 1960s, nightclubs on Kentucky Avenue attracted some of the biggest and most talented stars from the world of jazz. Names like Billie Holiday and Louis Armstrong. Headliners and showgirls from Club Harlem would come down to Chicken Bone Beach, hobnobbing with vacationers and local residents. Celebrities like Sammy Davis Jr. and the Mills Brothers were among the regulars. It would not be until 1964 that Atlantic City's beaches would finally become desegregated. In an effort to prolong the summer tourist season, and inspired by the Ziegfeld Follies, in 1921, Atlantic City hosted a national beauty pageant. The very first Miss America, Margaret Gorman, was crowned on September 7th. Contestants were judged on their good looks and beauty, nothing more. As the pageant's popularity increased, a young lady's qualifications grew to include charm, talent, and poise. Convention Hall would go on to host every pageant from 1929 to 2006. Miss America and Atlantic City would become forever united. During one sunny day in 1929, on the city's boardwalk, Sam Foster sold his first pair of sunglasses. Soon afterward, Foster Grant sunglasses were a nationwide fashion trend and movie star chic. In 1933, Parker Brothers introduced a new version of the landlord's game called Monopoly. It was a board game that centered around the town's real estate. Players moved around the board, buying and selling properties like Boardwalk and Park Place, collecting rent from their opponents, forcing them into bankruptcy, and ultimately gaining complete control of Atlantic City. From 1919 to 1933, the sale and consumption of alcoholic beverages in the United States was prohibited. Taking exception to those rules was Atlantic City. Gaining fame as America's playground, gambling clubs and prostitution rings operated without interference from the law, and illegal booze flowed like water. This was all achieved thanks to political boss and racketeer Enoch Nucky Johnson. Along with corrupt Atlantic City officials, he ensured that anti-liquor laws went unenforced. From a suite of rooms on the 9th floor of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Johnson operated his empire, hosting lavish parties while meeting with organized crime figures like Lucky Luciano, Dutch Schultz, and Al Capone. Nucky would say of Atlantic City, "We have whiskey, wine, women, song, and slot machines. I won't deny it, and I won't apologize for it." The repeal of Prohibition in 1933 would spell the beginning of the end for this golden age in Atlantic City. Automobiles now made it possible to take day trips to the shore. Visitors that had once come by train and stayed a week were now coming and going. Older resorts like Atlantic City, Long Branch, and Cape May began to see a decline in tourism. People were discovering more popular vacation destinations, and the city had fell into a state of urban decay and blight. It would take 43 years until 1976 for Atlantic City to regain its fame and greatness again.
Okay, it was a big swan boat, and that the families would sit on it, pay a fee, and get a ride all around the lake. The big swan, they were gigantic, and it would house maybe about 20 people on it. A whole bunch of people would get on it, and it was motorized, and you would go all around.
The first ever baby parade was held at Asbury Park in 1890. By 1909, it had become a yearly event, attracting 100,000 people. Children, toddlers, and baby costumes ranged from Little Bo Peep to Red Riding Hood and Pinocchio. The resort was flourishing well into the 20th century. On April 15th, 1917, 4 blocks of Asbury Park went up in flames. 50 buildings, including hotels, boarding houses, and residences, along with part of the boardwalk and an indoor swimming pool, were all destroyed. A building boom in Asbury Park would follow this devastating tragedy, highlighted by a renaissance in seaside architecture. In 1925, the dazzling new Berkeley Carteret Hotel was completed. Construction began on the casino building and convention hall in 1929. By 1930, the Paramount Theater had opened, with Hollywood stars like Ginger Rogers, Carole Lombard, and the Marx Brothers attending its grand opening. Jazz and blues clubs were opening on Asbury Park's west side, hosting top entertainers like Billie Holiday, Lionel Hampton, and Dizzy Gillespie. it was a golden age for Asbury Park. Music and performing arts were making it one of the top cultural destinations in the country. Bands played at the various pavilions, while dashing gentlemen accompanied fashionably dressed ladies in white gloves and parasols on their summer afternoon stroll down the boardwalk. An evening's entertainment may include a movie, concert, or theater event. By the mid-1930s, Asbury Park was featuring the Mayfair Theater and Palace Amusements. Elegant pavilions lined the beach. A swan boat, as well as paddle boats, graced the waters of Wesley Lake. Several fresh and saltwater swimming pools, both indoor and outdoor, were available for visitors. Asbury Park was reaching its peak of popularity. On September 8, 1934, while sailing from New York to Havana, fire broke out and engulfed the ocean liner SS Morro Castle. As the ship continued to burn, drifting closer to shore, it grounded on a sandbar just off the coast of Asbury Park's Convention Hall. Many of the crew had escaped in lifeboats, leaving panicked passengers to die aboard ship or flounder in the dark waters. Most of the rescue efforts were slow and feeble. Soon, bodies were washing up on the nearby beaches. Of the 539 on board, 137 were lost. The blistered wreck became a major tourist attraction for Asbury Park until its charred hull was towed away for scrap. Suspicion and mystery has continued to surround the fate of the SS Morro Castle. During World War I, the U.S. Navy converted an abandoned amusement center and skating rink on Cape May Point into a naval base. The Wissahickon Naval Training Barracks, an officer training camp, and a naval air station were established there. As a shortage of steel developed, the SS Atlantis was built out of concrete and made part of the Navy's emergency fleet. The war ended before the ship saw action, but it was used to transport American troops back from Europe. After breaking free from its mooring in 1926, it was grounded off of Cape May Point. Parts of the ship's stern can still be seen from shore. On July 1st, 1916, a young man from Philadelphia named Charles Van Zant was vacationing in Beach Haven. Deciding to take a quick swim in the ocean with his dog, as he made his way back to shore, a powerful set of jaws clamped onto his leg. Several men rushed in and pulled him to shore. A shark had stripped his leg of flesh. Attempts to save him failed, as he bled to death on the manager's desk of the Ingleside Hotel.
The Ingleside was nowhere near the ocean, so when Charles Van Sant was struck by the shark and it got him in his femoral artery, he bled out before they even got him to the Ingleside Hotel lobby. There was nothing anybody could do for him, nothing.
5 days later, and 50 miles to the north, at Spring Lake, an employee of the Essex and Sussex Hotel was attacked by a shark. Tearing off parts of both legs, he died right there in the surf. 6 days later, and a mile or so inland in Manasquan Creek, an 11-year-old boy was swimming with his friends when a shark fin broke the water surface, grabbing him and pulling him under. The boy never resurfaced. When 24-year-old Stanley Fisher dove into the creek to search for him, the shark latched onto him. Managing to break free and drag himself to shore, witnesses were horrified. Most of his thigh had been bitten off. He died of his injuries later that day. Unaware of what had occurred upstream, 14-year-old Joseph Dunn jumped into Manasquan Creek. On its way back to the ocean, the shark bit down on the boy's leg as he swam for shore. Rescuers pulled him from the shark's jaws and rushed him to the hospital. He survived the horrifying attack. 5 attacks and 4 deaths in 12 days. News of these attacks spread fear and panic up and down the Jersey coast. Beaches closed and bounties were offered for anyone who could kill or capture this man-eater. On July 14th, an 8-foot-long great white shark was caught by a fisherman in Raritan Bay. Inside its stomach, they found 15 pounds of undigested food, claimed to be human remains. There were no more shark attacks reported along the Jersey shore that summer. During World War II, the United States government took over many of Atlantic City's hotels, including the Traymore, the Brighton, and the Dennis. After German U-boats began sinking merchant ships off the Jersey coast, it became apparent that ships silhouetted against a backdrop of beachfront lights became easy targets. Blackout curtains were distributed, and automobiles were restricted from using headlights. In February 1942, a standard oil tanker was torpedoed approximately 80 miles offshore. After 38 crew members had escaped, the submarine surfaced 200 yards from their lifeboats. Only 4 survived the sub-zero temperatures. In an effort to halt U-boat attacks, blimps took off from Lakehurst on bombing missions. If patches of oil were sighted on the ocean surface, it indicated a hit.
I was born and bred in New York City. My grandparents were from Brooklyn at one point in time, or the Bronx at one point in time, but basically from Manhattan. And their greatest pleasure was to take the train twice a year to come to Atlantic City. They stayed every time at the Hotel Tremor, which at that time was probably the place to be. I was probably 6 or 7 years old, and the Tremor, part of the parking lot had been converted to an ice rink, not a roller rink, and one of her greatest pleasures was sitting and watching me ice skate. They would get dressed up to take 1 block of a walk. Required a hat and a tie from my grandfather. I remember going to the Steel Pier as well. So I have fond recollections of Atlantic City.
You know, the funny thing is, Joan and I may know each other for a lot of years. I assume that Joan and I are about the same age. And I worked on that ice rink at the Tremor, so for many years. And so Joan may be one of the people I either taught to ice skate or one of the pretty young ladies that I always tried to get dates with. So
I think that's my exit.
The 1950s saw an exceptional rise in popularity at beach towns up and down the Jersey Shore. Tourists and vacationers from across the state and across the country were making their way to the sandy beaches of places like Belmar, Stone Harbor, and Seaside Heights. Warm ocean breezes mixed with the smells of Coppertone, and colorful beach tags dangled from trendy, new-styled swimsuits. From Avalon to Highland Beach, children and teenagers romped in the surf, while moms and dads gave toddlers and infants their first introduction to the sights, sounds, touch, and feel of the Atlantic Ocean. Entire families were now renting beach houses and cottages, inviting cousins, aunts, and uncles to join them on vacation. While everyone else called it going to the beach, those growing up in and around New Jersey called it heading to the shore. Happy-go-lucky kids rode their bikes to the beach. After a day of hanging out with their friends, body surfing, and riding the waves, they came home with sunburned shoulders, dreaming of their first crush or first love. Dining out meant going to a seafood restaurant on the waterfront, followed by a stroll on the boardwalk for ice cream, fudge, cotton candy, or saltwater taffy. Up and down the boards, calls like "step right up and win a prize" could be heard from the chattering game and arcade operators. Teenage boys and grown men were challenged to impress their dates by knocking down milk bottles, shooting water into a clown's mouth, or throwing darts at balloons, all to gain the affection of their sweetheart by winning her favorite prize. No TV, electronic games, or phones were needed in 1958. The beach and boardwalk were more than enough entertainment to keep everyone happy. In 1946, construction of the Garden State Parkway began. Hailed as the road of tomorrow by politicians, planners, and engineers, the project was completed in 1955, running from Patterson to Cape May. The superhighway was designed to curve gently throughout its entirety, providing easier access to New Jersey shore destinations. The plan was to create a park-like feel and remove any urban landscape. Trees and shrubs were planted, and no billboards were permitted. Shady picnic areas with grills, benches, and restrooms encouraged drivers and passengers to stop along the parkway and enjoy the travel experience. Signs and guardrails were constructed from wood and overpasses made of stone. Commercial trucks were banned from using northern parts of the parkway. In 1954, the Raritan River Bridge was completed, a forerunner of the Driscoll Bridge. With its 172 miles of roadway, the Garden State Parkway created an economic boom for New Jersey and its shore towns. From exit 172 near the New York state line to Cape May's exit 0. For more than 60 years, New Jersey beachgoers have thrilled at the idea of jumping on the parkway for a trip to the shore. By the 1960s, every summer, carload after carload of excited vacationers were finding their way to New Jersey beach towns like Manasquan, Bradley Beach, and Sea Isle City. The charm and allure of the Jersey Shore was attracting tens of thousands. A young generation seeking fun and adventure was making memories that would last forever, while close-knit families were passing down a lifetime of traditions to their children. A warm summer day in the dog days of July or August would have friends and family packing up and headed to the beach. Chairs, blankets, towels, and beach toys, all in tow. A cooler full of beverages, along with Taylor ham, egg, and cheese sandwiches, made for a Jersey Shore breakfast on the beach. Transistor radios blared from beach towels and blankets as Cousin Brucey spun the latest musical hits from stars like Bobby Darin, the Marvelettes, Little Stevie Wonder, and the Dave Clark Five. Kids were diving into the surf, riding their styrofoam boogie boards, or burying Dad in the sand, while Mom and her friends took to the waves, then headed back to their nice dry beach blanket to towel off and catch a few rays. Girls were constantly working on that perfect tan. A walk on the beach with your sweetheart meant sneaking a kiss underneath the boardwalk. Every summer, from Memorial Day to Labor Day, beaches, boardwalks, and amusement piers at the Jersey Shore were packed with visitors. Warm ocean breezes blended with the Jersey Shore smells of funnel cake, hot dogs, and solar cane. Pizza and meatball sandwiches never tasted better than on the boardwalk, while Coors frozen custard and caramel corn were the perfect summer treats. In the arcades, boys and girls racked up points playing skee-ball before cashing in their tickets and taking home their favorite prize. Local bars and beach clubs provided swinging, nighttime entertainment, featuring headline acts and homegrown bands. A new brand of music called rock and roll was sweeping the nation, and from Belmar to Wildwood, young guys and gals were twisting the night away. Hundreds of fishing piers provided countless hours of enjoyment. Crab traps, bait, drop lines, a fishing pole, and a crab pail, along with a few able instructors, made for lifelong memories. Peaceful hours were spent watching sailboats on the inlet, listening to seagulls by the bay, ocean waves breaking on the beach, or taking in spectacular sunrises and sunsets. Generations of families have enriched their lives and filled their scrapbooks with glowing memories from these sensational beach towns. In the 1950s and 60s, clubs and lounges on Asbury Park's west side were on the cutting edge of soulful expression, and its music and cultural scene was in full swing. This vibrant 10-block community, home to spots like the Orchid Lounge, Big Bill's, and the Turf Club, featured artists from the musical worlds of R&B, doo-wop, gospel, and jazz, including B.B. King, George Benson, and Al Green. By 1970, poverty and racial discrimination, which had plagued the city from its inception, was creating a rise in tensions. Inequality, a lack of job opportunities, and poor housing conditions led African Americans in Asbury Park to riot, leaving over 180 people injured and much of the town's west side neighborhood destroyed or in shambles. The riots forced America to acknowledge some of these racial issues and work towards change. Convention Hall continued to host rock and roll and pop concerts well into the 1970s, hosting bands like the Rolling Stones, Led Zeppelin, and the Temptations, while the town's most famous attraction became the Monte Carlo swimming pool, advertised as the largest saltwater pool in the world. It was around this time that a struggling young musician by the name of Bruce Springsteen sauntered into town. Clubs like the Stone Pony and Wonder Bar were turned into his proving grounds, and Asbury Park became a launching pad for Springsteen and the E Street Band. In 1976, the citizens of New Jersey voted in favor of a bill that would bring legalized casino gambling to Atlantic City. The world-famous Seaside resort was about to become revitalized. The old Chalfont Haddon Hall was remodeled, and in 1978, Resorts International opened on the north end of Atlantic City's famous boardwalk. Caesars Boardwalk Regency opened the next year, soon followed by Bally's, the Tropicana, and Harrah's on the city's Marina waterfront. Throughout the 1970s and 80s, Atlantic City became one of the country's most exciting tourist destinations. Guests and players had their choice of top entertainment acts, from singers, dancers, and comedy shows to magic and circus performers, along with famous pop and rock and roll bands. All of them filled casino concert halls. Names like Tom Jones, Johnny Mathis, Joan Rivers, and the Beatles topped the marquees. Heavyweight prize fight matches attracted high rollers, celebrities, and society's elite. By the 1980s, Donald Trump was bringing even more glitz and glamour to the resort, opening the Plaza and Taj Mahal casinos. The city was once again becoming America's playground. By the 1990s, however, a new set of challenges were being faced. The excitement began to fade, and visitors' numbers were once again on the decline. If we can view history as a lesson, Atlantic City is quietly awaiting its next renaissance.
All stations, all stations, all stations. This is the United States Coast Guard. powerful storm will begin impacting the New England offshore Monday, the 29th of October, into Thursday, the 1st of November. High winds and high seas expected to accompany the storm. Mariners are strongly advised to closely monitor NOAA weather and local radio broadcasts for updated warnings on the storm. This is the United States Coast Guard out.
In late October 2012, a small tropical depression that had formed in the Caribbean Sea was beginning to gain strength, developing into a Category 2 hurricane that was making its way up the east coast of the United States. At 2:00 p.m. on October 29th, the U.S. National Hurricane Center sent out a report. Hurricane Sandy, with maximum sustained winds of 90 miles per hour, was about 100 miles southeast of Atlantic City. The storm had just made a sharp turn northwest and was now on a direct path for the coast of New Jersey. Government officials urged coastal residents to heed evacuation warnings as hundreds of thousands fled their homes. The message that was being received: you have never seen a storm like the one you were about to experience over the next several days. At around 8:00 p.m., Sandy made landfall just north of Atlantic City with 90-mile-per-hour hurricane-force winds. A tremendous storm surge, accompanied by high waves and heavy rain, began to pound the entire coast, pushing ocean waves over and around dunes, onto roadways, and into houses and businesses. The surge coincided with a full moon, resulting in record storm tide levels in many North Jersey locations, rising to 13 feet in Raritan Bay, over 9 feet at Seabright, from 5 to 8 feet along Long Beach Island. This powerful rush of water carved a gash through the tiny beach town of Mantoloking, dividing it in two, totally demolishing houses and leaving portions of the bridge buried in sand and debris. Water surged over seawalls in lower Manhattan, flooding streets, tunnels, and subway stations. In Seaside Heights, crushing waves tore apart sections of Casino Pier and Funtown Pier. Amusement rides like the Log Flume and Jetstar roller coaster collapsed into the ocean and were left to wallow in the surf. Floodwaters peaked at 8 feet in parts of Atlantic City, leaving 70 to 80% of the town underwater. Towns like Lavallette and Ortley Beach were completely engulfed by the ocean, leaving them submerged in sand and several feet of water. Boardwalks were ripped apart, boats were tossed out of marinas, onto roadways, and into power lines. Vacation homes were lifted from their foundations and swept away. By the time it was over, 34 deaths were attributed to this massive storm. 2.4 million households in the state were left without power. Over 300,000 homes and businesses were damaged or destroyed. Overall damage estimates came close to $30 billion, with no telling the emotional and psychological damage. A disaster of epic proportions when placed along the long list of powerful storms that have battered the Jersey Shore, Hurricane Sandy ranks as the greatest natural disaster in the state's recorded history.
It's quite an experience and an eye-opening experience. I never really understood, the people that have the problems with natural disasters and things like that until you can see it personally when it's in your backyard. Seeing the people just wander around aimlessly and not knowing where to go or what to do, or they need help. I just thank God and praise God for the chance to come and actually help out the community and reach out to the people.
And this is our place for living now. The people are putting on the trash everything, that much damage, and all the stores are closed. You don't have where to go to eat and shopping and everything. It's difficult for now, but I hope so it's gonna get better.
Rebuilding after Hurricane Sandy's onslaught was going to require a colossal effort. Given the sheer scope of the challenge, tremendous progress has been made. Beaches continue to be replenished. Boardwalks have been reconstructed. Thousands of homes and businesses have been restored. Yet the rebuilding effort is not finished. Empty lots can still be found where homes once stood. Funding shortages, slow insurance payouts, and scrupulous contractors have hampered recovery efforts and placed additional hardship on homeowners. Hardest hit areas are making a comeback. In Mantoloking, efforts have been made to shore up its beaches and dunes, while many homes are in the process of being restored. At Seaside Heights, the boardwalk has been rebuilt, amusement rides have been replaced, and businesses are once again open. A sense of normalcy has returned to places like Margate, Ocean City, and Little Egg Harbor. Towns like Ortley Beach, Seabright, Union Beach, and Tuckerton continue to face challenges, working to rebuild their storm-damaged properties and communities. Residents of the Jersey Shore have made it clear they are stronger than the storm, committed to restoring their communities and neighborhoods to the unique, charming beach towns they were before Sandy. New Jersey's crown jewel remains its coastline, comprised of a 5-mile-long sand spit, 24 miles of headland beach, and a 96-mile string of barrier islands. This rich, diverse landscape of sand dunes, salt marshes, bays, inlets, and long stretches of white sand beach has attracted visitors for centuries, while providing memories that will last forever. For those that come here to stick their toes in the sand, it's more than a summer vacation destination. It's a state of mind. What do you say? Let's take a trip down the shore.